Chapter 1238. The king of Tion Fa's Eagle People, Sky Shatterer, sacrifices life here to protect the people and the future of the continent. As long as his heroic spirit is not extinguished, he shall guard the continent forever. The firmament of the heavens, the heroic spirit. The blood of yellow flame let out a long cry and soared into the sky. It circled once and landed with a sword light that was hundreds of zhang long. Mei Xian, Bear Mountain, Long Crane, and the rest looked up at the huge statue of the Eagle King, unable to tear their eyes away for a long time. Little Eagle, I don't know where you are. Are you lonely? Lonely? Will you think of us? You will definitely think of us. But we really miss you, After a moment of deathly silence, Bear Mountain was the first to start crying loudly. Tears and mucus flowed down his face as he sat on the ground, crying so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Ninth brother, fourth brother misses you, you, come back quickly. As Bear King began to cry bitterly, Mei Xian, Long Crane, and the rest also couldn't help but sob at the same time. The autumn wind blew past, carrying Bear King's hysterical cries far and wide. The entire world seemed to be filled with his sorrowful cries. Soon after, more than 100,000 people worked at the same time. Under the mountain, they dug graves one by one, burying the soldiers who were sleeping on the ground one by one. Many of them only had a name, and not even a corpse was left behind. They could only grab a handful of soil from the ground and put it into the graves one by one. The tombstones were erected, densely packed, and one couldn't see the end of it. The autumn wind whistled through the graveyard. That sound was extremely sharp and heroic. It seemed that these tens of thousands of heroes were still shouting and fighting bravely. They were still stuck in that extremely fierce battle. One by one, the paper bags, along with the names of familiar and unfamiliar people, were buried into the graves. The soil rolled. Everyone's movements were so careful, yet so gentle. It was as if they were afraid of waking up the sleeping heroic souls. Jun Moxie silently looked at the tombstones one by one. For the whole day, he did not say a word. His gaze was deep and distant, as if it was connected to another world, and he was paying his respects to the slumbering hero, the number one person of the Saintlands, Guhan's tomb. Guhan, a peak-stage holy monarch, had single-handedly killed 3,000 holy emperor of the strange races. In the end, he had exhausted all his strength and perished together with many powerful enemies. Outstanding military service, number one in the world. The tomb of the Lord of Hermitage, Missouri Wudao. The tomb of Shi Ruochen, the master of the supreme Golden City. The tomb of Heaven's Saint Palace's Saint Sovereign, Chung Inshao. The tomb of Heaven's Saint Palace's Saint Sovereign, Chu Wuhui. Countless heroes who had once shaken the heavens and earth. No matter which one of them, they were all great characters that the entire continent had to look up to when they were alive. Too many of them were already legends when they were alive. But now, they were buried here, quietly. All the glory, all the past was gone with the wind here. The heavens were speechless, silently watching over everything here. The mountains were speechless, silently watching over everything here. Jun Moxie muttered to himself for a long time. Finally, he could not suppress the surging emotions in his heart. At the foot of the mountain, tens of zhang above all the tombstones, he carved a line of words deeply. The bones of 100,000 heroic souls are buried here. They are the pillars of the Xian continent. This is the true pillar of Heaven's Mountain. The pillar of Heaven's Mountain formed by the souls and blood of 100,000 heroes, immortal for all eternity. Everyone stood there for a long time, looking at these heroes who had been slumbering here. Everyone's eyes were slightly moist. The glorious achievements of this battle must be recorded in the annals of history. Jun Moxie's hair fluttered in the wind, his face solemn. The deeds of heroes should be passed down through the ages. He did not specially assign anyone to carry out this task. But behind him, there were Dugu Zongheng, Murong Fengyun, and the Xian cultivators of the various countries. If this request of the evil monarch was spread out, he believed that no monarch would dare to go against it, and no one would be able to. The army rested here for a full 10 days. On the morning of the 11th day, under the leadership of Jun Moxie and Mei Xuan, all the soldiers gathered here once again, in front of the tombstones. With Jun Moxie and Mei Xuan in the lead, a total of over 200,000 people stood up straight, their faces solemn. Facing the silent tombstones, they bowed deeply 3 times in an orderly manner. The autumn wind howled in the sky, becoming more and more mournful. Countless leaves blew from afar, fluttering in the air. The flag of the continent's allied army stood tall in the air, fluttering in the autumn wind. The time for the troops to return had finally arrived. Right now, it was time for all the soldiers to pay their final respects to the souls of the heroes who had been slumbering here, to bid farewell to the past. Over 200,000 people, none of them speaking. There was only a deathly silence. After a long time, the army flag finally fluttered and the first army set off. Many people, even after walking for a very, very long distance, kept turning back, following that. The Allied army left one after another. In the afternoon, with the departure of large numbers of reinforcements, this place was already somewhat empty. The army from Tianxiang Empire was the last batch to leave. At this point, only Tian Fa and the evil Monarch Manor's armies were left. In these 10 days, Bear Mountain had been sitting on the ground in a daze, looking up at the statue of the Eagle King in the clouds. No one knew what he was thinking about. His originally muscular body had visibly thinned down a few times in these few days. Jun Moxie remained silent for a long time before finally turning around to face everyone. All those who have reached the Holy Emperor realm and above, please take a step forward. With a sudden sound, many people stood out from the crowd. With just a rough estimate, there were at least a few thousand people. Jun Moxie looked at them one by one, and a vicious look appeared on his face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I've called all of you out to give you a mission. This mission is extremely difficult, but it must be completed. If it cannot be completed, then all of you will be buried here like these brothers here." Jun Moxie's voice was unusually fierce. Even Mei Xuan had never heard Jun Moxie speak in such a tone before. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly as they looked at Jun Moxie. From Jun Moxie's tone, they could tell. Since Jun Mo Xie had called him out, he was definitely going to do something earth-shattering. 5,000 people split into 5 teams, with Solitary Eagle, Feng Wanyun, Chu Chuan, Bear Mountain, and Long Crane as the leaders. We will kill our way into the strange race's territory. Search and capture, completely annihilate the strange races. Make sure to exterminate them by the roots, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. Yes, all the Holy Emperor experts replied in unison. Jun Moxie looked towards the south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and said solemnly, "The strange races no longer have any experts left to fight. The only goal of this battle is to end all troubles once and for all. I will wait for news of your triumphant return in Tian Fa. I believe that all of you will not disappoint me." Yes, all the Holy Emperor experts replied in unison. Big Bear's sorrowful eyes lit up for the first time, and he shouted the loudest. The hatred in his eyes burned like a raging flame. Bear King really needed a massacre to vent the pain in his heart. Little Nine, 9th brother, I, your 4th brother, will use all the remaining lives of the strange races to send you off, to avenge you. On the way back, Jun Moxie and the rest followed the reinforcements from Tian Fa. On the way back, Mei Xuan and Jun Moxie were both silent. Right now, the only forces that could go against Tian Fa and the evil Monarch Manor in this continent, the 3 Holy Lands, had disappeared forever. But the two of them did not feel any joy in their hearts. Instead, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts, and they even felt a sense of loss. That strange feeling of not knowing what to do next was extremely vexing. The two of them did not have any other thoughts, and simply accompanied the army forward slowly. The return journey naturally did not need to be too rushed. Coupled with the fact that it was an army of over 100,000, They walked for more than 10 days before they saw smoke rising from the chimneys in front of them. They had already returned to the place where there were signs of human habitation. They had stayed at the original location of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains for so long. Now that they suddenly saw signs of human habitation, all of them could not help but feel a sense of familiarity in their hearts. Everyone had rolled back from the edge of life and death. The feeling at this moment was truly indescribable. Emotion. Have you realized that in this war for seizing the heavens, the misty mansion has not sent any reinforcements? With the relationship between the misty mansion and the three holy lands, this is an extremely strange situation. Mei Shuyan looked at the smoke rising from the chimneys in the distance and let out a long breath. Although the misty mansion has never participated in the war for seizing the heavens on the surface, they have helped out in the dark. This time, the Pillar of Heaven's mountains has collapsed. The situation is extremely serious, but there is actually no news from the Misty Mansion at all. This is a little too illogical. Not to mention the fact that we already have a close relationship with the Meow family of the Misty Mansion. This is definitely not normal. That's right, there must be something fishy about this matter. Jun Moxie nodded his head in agreement. In his heart, he was pondering why the Misty Mansion did not send any reinforcements. Could it be that Zhang Kuang had already returned to the Misty Mansion? Could it be that the other 7 great clans were unable to fend for themselves? As this thought flashed across his mind, Jun Moxie could not help but feel a headache coming on when he thought of Zhang Kuang. That fellow's strange condition was simply too difficult to deal with. He was simply unkillable. Even the flame of primal chaos, which was said to be able to incinerate everything in the world, was unable to burn him. Just how could they completely destroy him? Besides, a lot of time had already passed since that battle. If Zhang Kuang wanted to consume human flesh and blood to strengthen his own forces, who knew how much he would have consumed by now? Zhang Kuang in his incomplete state was already so difficult to deal with. Now that he had consumed human blood essence, how much stronger would he become? There's a small mistake with this one. This is the modified version. Thank you, little sister Zinua, for the reminder. Chapter 1239. Guhan had already passed away, and the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters had suddenly gone crazy, hiding in the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and refusing to come out. Doesn't that mean that I'm the only one facing Zhang Kuang? Even the 3 of us working together couldn't kill him. Now that I'm alone, can I succeed? As they walked forward, they saw that the front army had already come into contact with a newly discovered village. But for some reason, they suddenly stopped. Following that, there were people riding their horses towards them, galloping extremely quickly. It was as if they had discovered something or met with some sort of unforeseen event. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan looked at each other in confusion. They hadn't come into contact with the outside world for a long time, so it was a joyous occasion to discover signs of human habitation, but it might not necessarily be something rare. For the army to suddenly stop when they were advancing, there must be some sort of unforeseen event. But facing the allied forces of Tian Fa and the evil Monarch Manor, an army of over 100,000 venerables and above, how could they have met with robbers? If there were really robbers, that would be too much of a joke. Or perhaps this world was simply too crazy. To think that there were some blind thieves who dared to intercept the strongest army in the continent. Even the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters wouldn't be able to intercept such an army by themselves. And perhaps only the 9 Nether First Young Master would be able to do so. Not long later, they arrived before them. Manor Lord, there's an extremely strange situation in the village ahead. The 100-odd people in the village have all been confirmed dead, and the cause of their deaths is identical. All of them have been turned into dried corpses. That guard's forehead was full of sweat. Clearly, this unexpected and strange situation had caused him to be extremely terrified. Dry corpses? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and instantly thought of Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang, who had lost his physical body, was far weaker than the 9 Nether 14th Young Master. In fact, he was even slightly weaker than Guhan. But that strange regenerative ability of his, as well as the ability to absorb the life essence of living beings, was enough to cause a terrifying impact. If it really was thinking of this, Jun Moxie shook his arms and flew off the horse. Mei Shuiyan heard that something was wrong and followed closely behind. The two of them flew across the sky like meteors and arrived at the small village in the blink of an eye. Looking around, the two of them were furious. This was undoubtedly an extremely small village, and there were at most 20 to 30 families in it. However, there was no longer any sign of life in the village. Corpses were strewn all over the place in their own courtyards or on the small paths in the village. Jun Moxie, who was looking down at the ground from a dare, had a thought. He landed on the ground with a whoosh and flipped over a corpse in front of him. He could not help but narrow his eyes. This corpse was completely dried up, without a single drop of water. According to the knowledge that Jun Moxie had learned in his previous life, 70% of the human body was made up of water. However, the corpse in front of him was 2/3 smaller than a living person. It was like a mummy. It was truly a dried corpse. When he looked at the other corpses, they were all in the same situation, whether it was the elderly, the children, or the young adults. Everyone had died the same way. Although the muscles on their faces were dried up, they looked very peaceful. It was as if they had not seen anything and were in a deep sleep. What a cruel method of murder. Even a child was not spared. Mei Shuiyan looked at the corpse of a little girl on the ground and gritted her teeth. Judging from the decay of the corpse, it should have happened half a month ago or even earlier. Because the corpse was extremely dehydrated, it was already in a state of weathering. Fortunately, the water had completely evaporated, or else it might not have survived until we arrived. Jun Moxie straightened his body slowly, his expression solemn. Without a doubt, it is him. Only Zhang Kuang would have the means to do such a deranged thing. The essence of these people's flesh and blood had been completely devoured, but if one were to look at their bodies from the outside, they would not be able to see any wounds. Thinking back to how the 9 Serenities and 14 Masters describe how Zhang Kuang had devoured the corpses of wild beasts, Jun Moxie did not even need to think before coming to a conclusion. Zhang Kuang? It's him? How can it be, isn't he? Mei Shuiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. It's that Zhanlun Hui that we had beaten into the volcano. Jun Imo sighed deeply, a look of worry in his eyes. He originally had an indestructible body, and now that he's consumed so much blood and flesh, it's likely that he'll be even more difficult to deal with than before. We must deal with him even if he's hard to deal with. No matter what price we have to pay, we must not allow such a demon to live in this world. Mei Shuiyan said hatefully, we must destroy him completely and return peace to this world. Of course. Jun Imo smiled and waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to bury the corpses properly so that they could rest in peace. The army resumed their march, and along the way, there were many alarming reports. Along the way, there were more than 50 villages that had turned into a living hell. Be it humans or beasts, all of them had turned into dried corpses. The total number of people had reached a terrifying 7,000. And this was just the number of people. If the beasts were included, it would be close to 20,000. The rage in Jun Moxie's eyes burned brighter and brighter. Zhang Kuang, how can you be so heartless and deranged? If you were only killing Xian cultivators, even if your methods were a little cruel, it would still be forgivable, because their existence was a threat to you. But the people you're killing now are all innocent and defenseless commoners. And the only reason Zhang Kuang acted was to plunder large amounts of life essence, to repair his body and increase his strength. Such a deranged and vile crime could not be forgiven. Zhang Kuang, even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to forgive his crime. The army gradually advanced into the Tiannan region. This area was already quite densely populated, but they still discovered several large-scale massacres here. Over 5,000 commoners had died tragically. Along the way, Jun Moxie and the others grew angrier and angrier. At this point, their accumulated anger had already reached a boiling point. Fortunately, There were no more such tragedies as they advanced. Jun Moxie had spread out his divine sense the entire way, and at night he even searched for traces of Zhang Kuang. But he did not find any traces at all. This situation caused Jun Moxie's brows to furrow even tighter. The earlier they killed this beast, the more beneficial it would be to the world. The moment they delayed, the danger they would cause would not be any less than the invasion of the strange races. It had only been a few dozen days since the great battle with Zhang Kuang, but over 30,000 people had already died. What kind of cruel and terrifying method was this? This beast's cruelty could be said to be unprecedented. After a long and arduous journey of nearly a month, the army finally returned to the Tiannan base. Du Xiaoyi, Guan Qinghan, and the rest were naturally waiting anxiously. When they saw that Jun Moxie and the rest had returned, they were overjoyed and came out to welcome them. But when they saw that Jun Moxie's expression was unprecedentedly ugly, they couldn't help but feel strange. The strange races had all been wiped out, and the 3 holy lands had also fallen in this battle. What else could make him so depressed? After listening to Mei Shui Yan's explanation of the mummified corpses on the way back, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the girl's strength was outstanding and had already squeezed into the ranks of the peak experts at that time, their actual experience and combat strength were very shallow. When they heard such an inconceivable and terrifying matter, they couldn't help but feel terrified. With an ugly expression, Jun Moxie ordered all the flying Xian beasts to be on standby. The moment there was any relevant news, they were to report it immediately. He also informed the secular world about Zhang Kuang's whereabouts. The next step was to patiently wait for news. At the same time, he cultivated as much as he could. Jun Moxie had a premonition that this time, dealing with Zhang Kuang, would undoubtedly be an extremely difficult battle. If he couldn't be fully prepared, he might very well be the one to suffer when the time came. When Miao Xiao Miao heard about this matter, she, who was born in the Misty Mansion, was deeply worried. She was afraid that Zhang Kuang would enter the Misty Mansion and wreak havoc. According to Jun Moxie's description, with Zhang Kuang's current strength, no one in the entire Misty Mansion would be able to match him. Although Jun Moxie had the same thoughts in his heart, he had no choice but to comfort Miao Xiao Miao. No matter how deranged and heartless Zhang Kuang was, he still had to think for his descendants. Rashly clashing with the misty illusory manner was definitely not his original intention, nor was it the best choice. Miao Xiao Miao was slightly relieved, but she still felt like a year. Don't look at how Jun Daxiao comforted Miao Xiao Miao. Jun Moxie's heart was actually even heavier than before. He was already certain that the reason why the Misty Mansion did not send anyone to participate in the war for seizing the heavens was definitely related to Zhang Kuang. The Misty Mansion's silence meant that something big must have happened. Otherwise, whether it was because of their friendship with the 3 holy lands, or because of their alliance with him, the Misty Mansion would definitely make a move. But there was still a huge question in Jun Moxie's heart. Others might not know, but he did. Although there was no one in the Misty Mansion that could compare to Zhang Kuang, the Miao family did have a super expert. The 9 Nether First Young Master's only personal disciple, and also Zhang Kuang's teacher, Miao Qingsheng. Miao Qingsheng was definitely a super expert that was countless times stronger than Zhang Kuang, and he was the only true saint expert in the world. Even if his strength had been greatly reduced due to various reasons, he shouldn't have allowed Zhang Kuang to do as he pleased, right? But if that was really the case, how could the Misty Mansion's inaction be explained? Day after day passed, but there was no news at all. On this day, Qiao Ying, who had yet to walk out of her sorrow, suddenly came to look for Jun Moxie. Ever since she returned from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, Qiao Ying had been silent and did not speak a single word. As a daughter of the pugilistic world, although she would not go so far as to wash her face with tears because of her sorrow, her silence still caused one's heart to sink. Looking for me? What's the matter? Jun Moxie had been staying in the Hongjun Pagoda for a long time, silently cultivating and preparing to break through to the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. When he heard that Qiao Ying had come and wanted to see him, He immediately ended his cultivation and came out. Chapter 1240. Guhan. Jun Moxie was speechless. After a while, he said, "Why did Miss Chow suddenly ask this? I hope to hear the truth from Manor Lord, because I know there must be something fishy about this." Xiao Ying's voice was low and deep, but her words were clear. "That day, when you came to the Holy Lands camp, you wanted me to cooperate with you in the battle. Your original intention was probably because of my all-seeing eye, and you hoped that I would be able to display my strength in the battle against the supremacy, enduring heavens of the foreign races. Am I right?" Jun Moxie nodded helplessly. "That's right. But in all the battles after that, I did not make a move. It's not that I did not have a chance, but Shui Yin had been deliberately stopping me, not letting me go forward. My all-seeing eye was not used even once in this battle. For this battle, the Holy Land's secret weapon, was not of any use at all." Xiao Ying said indifferently. "That must be because you changed your original intention. That's why Venerable Mei did not let me go to the front lines to kill the enemy. The only reason he left me behind was to protect me and ensure my safety. Am I right?" "That's not bad." Jun Moxie nodded calmly. "But why did you change your original intention? I really can't think of anyone or anything that could change your decision." Xiao Ying suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Jun Moxie. "The only explanation is, during your conversation with Master Guhan that day, he must have said something to you that won your approval, so you changed your original intention." Jun Moxie was dumbfounded. Xiao Ying actually thought of this from this aspect. But this question was really hard to answer. No matter how she answered, it would not be right. Xiao Ying took out the jade pendant from her bosom and placed it on her palm. She said softly, "So I want to know, what did my master say to you? I believe that he must have made plans for my future. I want to know, were his plans for me? I know that I shouldn't rashly ask Manor Lord this question, as this might put Manor Lord in a difficult position. However, I really want to know. To me, Master is not only a person who teaches and dispels questions, but also an existence like my own father. Manor Lord, please tell me." Cough, cough, cough. "Miss Chow, are you thirsty? Would you like a glass of water first? Someone, bring me a cup of tea." Jun Moxie suddenly felt a little awkward and was speechless for a moment. He had no choice but to change the topic. He couldn't help but curse Guhan in his heart. F***CK, you old brat, you sure are quick and nimble, but how am I supposed to clean up the mess you left behind? Or you could have just not told me about your relationship with Xiao Ying. But now, isn't he just roasting me on the fire? What do you want me to say? A father figure? T. That old ghost is your biological father." But looking at Xiao Ying's pitiful appearance, if he really told her that Guhan was her biological father, she might collapse on the spot. But if he didn't tell her, wouldn't she have to go back to her roots for the rest of her life? If not for the fact that Manor Lord has something difficult to say, please tell me. I will definitely be able to bear it. Xiao Ying hugged the jade pendant tightly in front of her chest as she looked at Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie looked at Xiao Ying's trembling body and pursed his lips. "Can you really bear it? It would be great if you can bear it. But the problem is that you definitely won't be able to bear it." She had always thought of herself as an orphan, an adopted orphan. Over 1,000 years had already passed like this. But now, someone was telling her that she was not an orphan. She also had a father and a mother, and her father was a master who had raised her and was like a father figure to her. Who knew how big an impact this news would have? Furthermore, this father and master of hers had already died in the war for seizing the heavens from nothingness to existence, and from existence to nothingness. Not to mention others, just putting himself in her shoes, Jun Moxie felt that if he encountered such a thing, he would probably go crazy on the spot. Fate made fools of people, but it wasn't like this. But right now, Xiao Ying's gaze was fixed on him, waiting for his reply. How should he reply? "Manor Lord Jun, please speak directly," Xiao Ying said softly. "As a disciple, I have to fulfill my master's dying wish. Otherwise, what face do I have to continue existing in this world?" Xiao Ying turned around, a mournful look on her face as she said in a low voice, "So many of my uncles have already left me forever after that battle. sacrificing their lives for a noble cause. If not for the fact that this matter has been lingering in my heart, I'm afraid I would have followed them a long time ago. June Moxie, you don't know, but the three Holy Lands had a total of close to 100,000 people. Just like that, not a single one of them left. Do you know this kind of feeling? Are you able to experience it? Without waiting for June Moxie to say anything else, Xiaoying laughed bitterly. Others are orphans, but they still have their own relatives, or the people who adopted them, or neighbors, or even if their parents died, they would still have some relatives and friends, uncles and elders, close friends. But for me, in a single day, all of these are gone. Everything is gone. What does it mean to have nothing? Right now, I, Xiaoying, am truly. Xiaoying raised her teary eyes and said in a deep voice, "Nothing, no relatives." June Moxie was silent. Xiaoying's words were extremely desolate, but it was the truth. Right now, in the entire world, Xiaoying was perhaps the loneliest person without any relatives. There was no one else who could be more desolate and helpless than the current Xiaoying. If Manor Lord is still not willing to tell me my master's dying wish, then I will continue living like this. If that's the case, then I'll just live like this, Xiaoying said mournfully. But there's really no meaning in it anymore. Cough, cough, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I really don't know how to say it. Those words are really... June Moxie coughed a few times and made up his mind. Sigh, shameless. I'll just be shameless for once. After a few more years, decades and decades later, when Xiaoying's state of mind slowly calms down with the passage of time, I'll tell her everything. Let time wash away all the sadness until she can accept it. Xiaoying clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white from excessive force. She tried her best to calm her emotions and make her voice sound more indifferent, but she still couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "Thank you. Manor Lord June, please speak. I can confirm that I can accept any grievous news." Grievous news? It's not any grievous news. Actually, it's like this. June Moxie put on an embarrassed expression and stammered. And how should I put it? Cough, 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 cough. Senior Guhan had already made up his mind to die for the Holy Lands before the Great Battle. But he was most worried about a weak girl like you. So he called me to the side, cough, cough, cough. What did he say? Xiaoying asked even more nervously. And at that time, Senior Guhan said, "Manor Lord June, this old man has something that I'm worried about." So I asked, "What is it?" June Moxie said. Senior Guhan said, "Xiaoying, this lass, although this lass has some cultivation, she's too honest, too pure, and doesn't have any scheming thoughts. This old man is really worried, This is this old man's only worry. So today I'll solemnly entrust this girl to you, kid." Xiaoying exclaimed. At that time I said, "Please rest assured, old Gu. June Moxie will naturally take care of Miss Xiao and ensure that she doesn't have to worry for the rest of her life." June Moxie was sweating profusely. But unexpectedly, Senior Guhan said, "This little guarantee is meaningless. If you can promise to marry her after the battle, then this old man will really be at ease. You don't have many benefits, but you treat your wife really well." What did it mean to be shameless without limits? Wasn't that it? Such a shameless argument was truly deafening. Xiaoying exclaimed when she heard that. She had already made countless guesses, but she never expected that her teacher's last words would be like this. Her face flushed red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in and never come out again. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that when she came to ask June Moxie with such a heartbroken heart, she would hear such an explosive news from this fellow's mouth. If my teacher's last words are true, then it's reasonable that June Mo Xie didn't explain it to me. But if it's so embarrassing, I was in such a hurry to ask him. It's as if I can't wait to marry him. What kind of explanation is this? A certain shameless fellow also did not expect that his words would have such a good effect, causing everything to turn out to be correct by a fluke. However, it was precisely this sentence that caused the sorrowful atmosphere to suddenly turn into bashfulness and awkwardness. June Moxie said in his heart, "I'm not speaking carelessly. It's true that your father handed you to me before he died. It's a pity that there are no voice recorders in this world. Otherwise, I can record it as evidence in court. Even if it's a lawsuit, this virgin girl would belong to me. You're spouting nonsense. Xiao Ying was embarrassed for a while before she angrily rebuked. How can this be nonsense? I originally did not want to say it, but you forced me to say it. Jun Moxie cried out in grievance. This is the absolute truth. That day, when your teacher was talking about you, his face was filled with guilt. For the sake of the war, for seizing the heavens, the Holy Land sealed your youth for a whole 1,200 years. Speaking of this matter, Senior Gu was filled with guilt. So at the last moment, he chased you out of the Holy Lands and betrothed you to me. Jun Daxiao's skin was obviously thick to a certain extent. Speaking of marriage in front of a young lady, he still acted as if he was in the right. It was as if he was saying, "You forced me, and now you're not admitting it? Didn't you say that you can accept any consequences?" Chapter 1241. After the battle ended, on the way back, I felt that this matter was really not easy to talk about, cough cough. Jun Moxie pretended to be ashamed and said, "My skin is still a little too thin after all. If you didn't force me to talk about it today, I really don't know when I would be able to talk to you about it. I'm just like this, easily embarrassed." Xiaoying felt her heart turning into a ball in an instant. A feeling that was funny, angry, sad, or even a little frustrated arose spontaneously. Many extremely complicated emotions surged up at the same time. This kind of chaotic feeling was really hard to describe. In the midst of the pressing affairs, she still couldn't help but look at Jun Moxie with disdain. With the thickness of this fellow's skin, even the thickness of the pillar of heaven's mountains would have to bow down to it. Yet he could still put on an expression of "I'm so ashamed" and say my skin is still a little too thin. This was the biggest joke in the world. Was there anyone in this world who had a thicker skin than him? That was something that I wouldn't believe even if I were to be killed. Since I can't talk about it, then I might as well not talk about it. Man or Lord, just pretend that today's matter never happened. Xiaoying has her own way of survival, so there's no need for Man or Lord to waste your energy and make things difficult for me. Xiaoying gritted her teeth and threw down these words in embarrassment and anger. Then she flew away with a fragrant wind. Great Beauty Xiao, who was blushing as she walked, cursed in a low voice, whether it was because she was too shy or too angry. It's still that damned lecher from that day. But what was infuriating was that this guy actually looked so unwilling, as if he had suffered a great loss. Humph. However, after such a melodramatic scene, the heavy sorrow in Xiao Ying's heart had unknowingly decreased by a lot. "Hey, Miss Xiao, regarding this matter, you can't just pretend that it never happened. As the saying goes, one must be faithful to one's request. As for your Master Gu's request before his death, I must do it, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil. You can't trap me in a place of injustice, right?" Actually, behind her, Jun Moxie's anxious voice chased after her. It was obvious that Jun Daxiao was very persistent about this matter. "Miss Xiao, Xiao Ying, that don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's discuss how to fulfill Senior Gu Han's dying wish. What method, what ceremony, or what posture?" The first half of a certain someone's speech could be said to be extremely sanctimonious, even occupying the highest point of morality. Unfortunately, the next part of the speech revealed his true colors, some things that should not be said, some things that could be said that could not be said, and some things that could be said that could not be said. Discuss your head, you despicable and shameless lecher. Who cares about your ceremony or posture? Xiao Ying's voice came from afar, and it carried uncontrollable shyness. In the end, it gradually faded away. It was obvious that Big Miss Xiao had fled far away. As she fled, she cursed at him as if she wanted to bite him to death to vent her hatred. Completing my master's dying wish is equivalent to climbing a mountain of swords and plunging into a pot of boiling oil? You shameless bastard. Jun Moxie sat back on his chair. Heavens, I've finally dealt with it. Damn it. But thinking about it again, his imagination ran wild. In Xiaoying's last words were, "Who cares about your ceremony or posture?" This sentence has a very deep meaning. Does it mean that forcing yourself on me is also fine? The posture is fine? As he thought about it, Jun Daxiao narrowed his eyes and revealed a wolf-like smile. Actually, Big Miss Xiao had only said those words out of anger. She did not know what she was saying at all, but Jun Daxiao's words were completely unintentional. As he continued to fantasize, there was actually no end to it. Just a turn of his head was an endless stream of words that were not suitable for children. In the next few days, the continent was still peaceful. It was as if Zhang Kuang had completely disappeared. Similar tragedies like the dried corpse did not happen again. As for the Misty mansion, it was still silent. There was no movement at all. There was not even the slightest bit of news. This time, due to the unexpected collapse of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, the danger of the strange race's invasion had come and gone quickly. In just 2 months, this ultimate problem that had troubled the peak experts of the Xian continent had been completely removed. Although the Xian continent had paid an unprecedented price for this, the strength of the Xian continent's Xian cultivators had dropped by many levels. All the Xian cultivators of the continent had begun to recuperate. The powerful Xian cultivators that could be seen everywhere in the past were now nowhere to be found. As for the people outside of the Xian cultivators, especially the commoners, they were completely unaffected by this storm. As the dust settled, everything seemed to have returned to normal. The evil monarch, Jun Daxiao, was even more elusive in this period of time. His figure could still be seen every night. At night, Grandpa Daxiao would look for Guanqing Han, Dugu Xiaoi, and Miao Xiao Miao, or sleep together with them, or train alone. He would even flirt with the girls while eating, but during the day, Daxiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had been cultivating wholeheartedly in the Hongjun Pagoda. Out of the 24 hours in a day, almost 16 hours were spent on cultivation. Not only him, Mei Shuyan was also like this. Every day, she would follow Jun Moxie into the Hongjun Pagoda to cultivate, doing her best to raise her cultivation. Right now, in the entire Tian Fa, or even the entire Xian continent, the two of them were the strongest. If Zhang Kuang appeared, the two of them would definitely be the main force. They could not slack off at all, although the two of them were already extremely strong, and Jun Moxie had already reached the half-sage realm. There was still a considerable gap between him and Zhang Kuang, especially since Zhang Kuang was a mutant that could not be killed. This special ability of his would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of this battle. Other than increasing his efforts in cultivation, Jun Moxie also spent most of his energy on refining pills. The treasures in the Hongjun Pagoda could be said to be inexhaustible. No matter how much he squandered it, it was impossible to use them all. It was unknown whether it was because practice made perfect, but Jun Daxiao's pill refining techniques were becoming more and more proficient. As for Mei Shuyan, she was completely focused on cultivating. She focused on cultivating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and raising her cultivation level. Different from Jun Moxie's cultivation was at the same level as the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Even his mental state could be slowly adjusted. His mental state, the realm of his soul, the density of his cultivation, the advancement of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the Hongjun Pagoda, all of these were perfectly synchronized and fused into one. As long as all of these were perfectly fused together, it would mean that Jun Moxie was once again on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. This was a unique characteristic of Jun Moxie, and others could not be envious of him. Furthermore, the power of the 5 elements, the power of wind and cloud, and the power of lightning within young Master Jun's body had also reached a perfect balance. Right now, the only thing he lacked was the power of yin and yang. Right now, Jun Moxie was in a delicate state where his yang was overflowing and his yin was suppressed. Once he could adjust his yin and yang to a state of balance, The 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda would open, and he would officially step into the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. But Jun Moxie could faintly feel that he could not be the slightest bit hasty in this aspect. If his cultivation had not reached the required level, it would not be a good thing to advance rashly. If he was not careful, the Yang would peel off the Yin, and the proud dragon would have regrets, and that would be a huge problem. Therefore, Jun Moxie was currently in the Hongjun Pagoda, doing everything he could to temper his own strength and mental state. All of his powers, whether it was Xin techniques or magical techniques, were being compressed and brought together. Then he would take a step further in his mastery and finally fuse them into one. But at the final moment of fusion, there would always be some unsatisfactory areas, and it would be difficult for success to flow smoothly. Jun Dashao continued to struggle bitterly. Mei Xuan was wholeheartedly trying to break through to the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. She was too different from Jun Moxie. Her mental state and cultivation level were far beyond the level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune that she had currently reached. Mei Xuan's current cultivation was the result of returning to Tian Fa after the war. When Jun Moxie continued to refine pills, Mei Xuan was naturally the first to consume them. With such continuous improvements, her cultivation had already soared to the 4th level of the Saint Monarch realm, but her cultivation level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had only broken through to the 3rd level. This was undoubtedly a rather obvious flaw. It was as if there was heaven and earth within a person's body at the same time. The difference was too great. Therefore, Mei Xuan had to put more effort into the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and quickly raise her cultivation level. With her tyrannical cultivation of the 4th level of the Saint Monarch realm, if she did not have a suitable mental state to control it, it would be extremely easy for her to go berserk. Furthermore, she was not like Jun Moxie, who had the Hongjun Pagoda to automatically control it. In order to perfectly control the 4th level of the Saint Monarch realm, she had to at least reach the 5th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Only then would she be able to match and use it normally. Because Jun Moxie had the Hongjun Pagoda, it could perfectly make up for his flaws, but it also took away most of the energy that Jun Moxie had absorbed. Therefore, although Jun Moxie had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, in reality, there was still about 50% of his cultivation that he could not use. This was completely different from Mei Xuan. In short, both of them were cultivating day and night, striving to make the best use of their abilities as soon as possible. The spiritual energy within the Hongjun Pagoda came and went like a tsunami every day, like 100 rivers flowing into their bodies. Then it automatically absorbed a huge amount of energy from the outside world, replenishing the energy within the Hongjun Pagoda. The actions of the Hongjun Pagoda caused a huge funnel to appear in the sky above the Tian Fa forest. The top of the funnel was thousands of miles wide, and the lower it went, the narrower it became. So much so that the entire continent's spiritual energy was gathered from all directions. Chapter 1242. The two of them were training so hard that they naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. But Beauty Mei had something else to worry about. Training hard was nothing. What really made Mei Xuan uncomfortable was that because of Zhang Kuang's matter, Jun Moxie would go out every day to see if there was any news. And once this fellow went out, his brain would definitely be filled with lust, and this fellow was still deliberately taking revenge on her for not cooperating with him that day. Before he went out, he would definitely harass her until she was red in the face before leaving. She was almost used to it now. If that was all, it would be fine. But what was worse was that every time he did bad things with Guanqing Han and Dugu Xiaoi, this fellow would intentionally leave a small gap in the Hongjun Pagoda, so that she could clearly hear those strange noises from within. As a virgin, Mei Xuan naturally felt extremely embarrassed when she heard those strange noises, but she still had to bear this grievance in silence. There was no way for her to question him. Mei Xuan could even imagine the face of that despicable, shameless, and vulgar scoundrel if she rashly interrogated him. You eavesdropped on this young master's private matters, and you're still in the right? If that fellow really asked that question, would she still have any face left? And if that fellow took advantage of the situation again, she really wished that she could hang this fellow up and whip him ruthlessly. But she was no longer able to beat him now. Even if she could beat him, she couldn't bear to. Looks like I really need to find a chance to join forces with my sisters to punish him. Otherwise, this bastard would really go against the heavens. But the first woman to lose her cool was not Mei Shuiyan. It was Miao Xiao Miao. 3 months had passed since then. There was still no movement from the misty, illusory manor. Miao Dao and Miao Jian had not even come, and there was no news at all. This was a little strange. Not helping in the war for seizing the heavens could also be said to be because June Moxie was not on good terms with the 3 Holy Lands, and the Misty Mansion was in an awkward position, unable to intervene. Although this could not be considered a good reason, it was still somewhat reasonable. But now, the outsiders had been completely annihilated, and the 3 Holy Lands had all fallen. The issue of their previous standpoint no longer existed. The little princess of the Miao family, Miao Xiao Miao, stayed outside for a long time with her unmarried body, but there was no movement from the Misty Mansion. This was somewhat outrageous, or perhaps it should be said, too abnormal. In fact, not only Miao Xiao Miao couldn't hold it in anymore, even June Moxie couldn't hold it in anymore. Previously, he had been worried about Zhang Kuang's evil deeds, so he didn't pay too much attention to the misty, illusory manor. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but be alarmed. Could it be that something big really happened in the misty, illusory manor? Thinking about Zhang Kuang's sudden disappearance and the fact that he was the ancestor of the Zhang family in the Misty Mansion, Jun Daxiao couldn't sit still anymore. Thus, he made the decision to enter the Misty Mansion to see what was going on. If it was really Zhang Kuang causing trouble in the Misty Mansion, perhaps he could borrow Miao Qingqing's strength to deal with Zhang Kuang once and for all. That would be the most ideal thing. Even if he couldn't do that, the battle would still take place in the Misty Mansion, and it would have nothing to do with the Xian continent. This was the classic style of letting your friends die and not me die. It was just that this trip had caused a huge uproar in the entire Evil Monarch Manor. Dugu Xiaoyi, Han Yinming, and the rest insisted on following him no matter what. Even Guanqing Han, who had always been calm, was looking forward to it. Those few little Lolas had even locked their resentful gazes onto a certain someone. Up until now, only Guanqing Han, Dugu Xiaoyi, and Miao Xiao Miao had been able to feel at ease. Everyone else was still in suspense. Not to mention enjoying the rain and dew, they didn't even have the chance to enjoy the spring breeze. After finally settling down, Jun and Mo Xie wanted to go out again. How could this be? Jun Daxiao had to deal with this group of women for a few days, making countless promises and benefits before he finally managed to appease them. This time, June Moxie had truly experienced the side effects of having 3 wives and 4 concubines hugging each other. When several women started to clamor at the same time, it really gave him a headache. It was not so easy to enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. After much difficulty, he managed to appease all his women. But there were still many people that he needed to appease. Ever since Old Man June moved to the Tian Fa forest, his days were undoubtedly leisurely and carefree. He played chess, drank tea, occasionally went fishing, practiced his martial arts, and when he had nothing to do, he would pick up a book and read. This old man's body was getting stronger and stronger. If there were any regrets, it would be that he was about to have a grandson, but there was no hope of a great-grandson. And Mo Xie, that little bastard, also did not put in more effort. After such a long time, he was still unable to impregnate any of the women. It was really a disgrace to the June family. This was definitely not Old Man June being arrogant. Old Man June had 3 sons. His eldest son, Jun Wui, was in his 30s and also had 3 sons. Although third master, Jun Wui, was a little late, Han Yin Yao was also pregnant now. She was also ahead of Jun Daxiao, so Jun Daxiao was indeed a disgrace to the Jun family. Jun Wui and Han Yin Yao had a deep love for each other. Most of their energy was spent on the charity that they had established. It could be said that they were husband and wife, and they would look at each other almost every day. In addition, Han Yin Yao was also about to give birth and had a big belly. Jun Wui served her carefully every day, waiting for his son to be born. It seemed that the Jun family had not had a new child for a long time. Only Jun Daxiao's mother, Dongfang Wenxin, was a little quiet during this period. She often stayed in her room alone, quietly lost in thought. Sometimes, even when Jun Moxie requested to see her, he was rejected. Under the nourishment of Jun Daxiao's elixirs, Dongfang Wenxin did not show any signs of aging. Instead, she looked younger and younger. If one only looked at her face, she looked like she was 27 or 28 years old. However, the nourishment of elixirs could only nourish the body, but not the heart's regrets. Jun Moxie could clearly feel the longing and frustration in his mother's heart. The danger of the strange races had been completely eliminated, and the Jun family was now standing at the peak of this continent. It was enough to stand tall and look down on all the heroes. Her precious son's strength was almost recognized as the #1 in the continent. Her daughters-in-law were all beautiful, gentle, and very filial to her. The only regret was that she could not see her son's wedding with her own eyes, and she could not hold her grandson. Moreover, there was still an external threat, Zhang Kuang. However, it was only a matter of time to solve these problems. Dongfang Wenxin was very confident in her son. Therefore, Dongfang Wenxin felt that her existence had lost its meaning. With this thought, she could not help but think of her husband who had died young and her other 2 sons who had died tragically. This was an eternal pain in her heart, a pain that could never be made up for in eternity. At this moment, Dongfang Wenxin was sitting quietly in her room, staring at the portrait of her husband that she had drawn on the wall. Her eyes did not move for even a moment. Deep in her eyes, there was only a heartfelt longing and sorrow. Wu Hui, do you know Mo Xie has really grown up? He has many wives and concubines, and the Jun family is no longer in any danger. He is already the ruler of the world. And you have never thought about being the ruler of the world. You only wish for your family to be safe and happy. The current Jun family is strong enough to stand for 100 generations. You can rest assured, in this world, there is nothing that I need to worry about anymore. Mo Xie can handle all the changes, and I can also rest assured. 10 years of life and death. We have been separated for more than 10 years. It will be soon. The day when you and I can reunite is coming soon. Dongfang Wenxin murmured to herself, and tears slowly welled up in her eyes. It will be soon. You have to wait for me. As long as Mo Xie gets married and lets me see my grandson, I will immediately go to accompany you. I have not been going. Do you blame me? I think you must also want to see your son get married and build a career. You also want to know what our grandson looks like. I have been holding on bitterly just to bring you this good news. It will be soon. It will be here soon. Dongfang Wenxin smiled sadly. I hope you can forgive me. And you never blame anyone, let alone me. But you must be anxious waiting. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. Mother, are you inside? Ju Moxie had come. Yes, Mo Xie, wait a moment. Dongfang Wenxin rubbed her eyes anxiously and put away the portrait. She looked at herself in the mirror and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her. Then, she walked over and opened the door. Jun Moxie walked into the room and sharply sensed that there was an extremely sad atmosphere in the room. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mo Xie, why did you stop training so early today? Dongfang Wenxian looked at her son with an indifferent expression, as if nothing had happened. Then, a faint smile appeared on her face. Only when she saw her son, every day would Dongfang Wenxin's mood become better. And I have to go out for a few days to deal with some small matters. I came to tell you, so that you won't be worried, mother. Oh, going out again? Dongfang Wenxin frowned slightly. Is it dangerous? She realized that she had asked a silly question. Even if it was dangerous, why would her son honestly tell her? With Jun Moxie's current status, how could it be a small matter that he had to deal with personally? This son of hers had always reported only the good news and not the bad news. I've said it's just a small matter. There's no danger. Actually, it's just that I want to go out for a walk. Sure enough, June Moxie said lightly. Humph. Even if there's any danger, will you tell me? Dongfang Wenxin rolled her eyes at her son and said, but you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? June Moxie asked curiously. Xia, you're not a little boy anymore. You're a big boy now. Moreover, there's so many good girls following you. Dongfang Wenxin said slowly, it's not a good thing to have no status. It's better to settle it as soon as possible. Not to mention others, just look at that Meow girl. She has given you everything, so you should at least give her a status. And Shuiyin, why are you always dragging it? And Ku Ming Chapter 1243. Wedding. June Moxie smiled bitterly. His own wedding did not seem to be such a simple matter, and it was not entirely his business. The evil monarch's wedding was a grand event of the entire continent. At this point, even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it was no longer possible. Mother, let's talk about this later. Actually, the matter that I'm going to settle this time is related to Xiao Miao's family. There has been no news from the misty, illusory manor for so long. Perhaps something has really happened. I'm going out this time to take a look and see what's going on over there. June Xie sighed. Although June Xie explained it verbally, he still felt that something was wrong. It was natural for Dongfang when Xian to be anxious about this matter, but to bring it up so abruptly today, it seemed a little too impatient. Now that everyone was living together, how could they run away? In the end, wasn't it just a ceremony? Even Grandpa June was not anxious about this at all, only urging him to hurry up. But for his mother, he had to be so anxious. Your mother is anxious to hold a grandson. Don't talk about me. Your grandfather is also anxious. Dongfang Wenxin said unhappily. If you continue to delay like this, I really don't know when I will be able to hold a grandson. Right now, all of those sisters of yours already have grandchildren, and some of them are already looking for wives. And yet, there's still no news of you. Let's not even talk about the distant ones. Just take your third uncle, for example. How much effort did he and his wife put in? What has this got to do with third uncle? I can't do that. Even if you want to hold a grandson, you don't have to be so anxious, right? June Moxie rolled his eyes and said, besides, how can those sisters of yours compare to you? All of them were now old, and their pearls had turned yellow. They were all old women. Which one of them looks like you right now, like a little girl? June Moxie smiled mischievously. Mother, if the two of us go out together, it would be strange if people don't treat you as my little sister. If I say that we are mother and son, no one will believe me. So what? So what if he looked young? Mother's heart is already old. Dongfang when Xian sighed. A look of appreciation from your father is more important than anything else. Without your father, it would be meaningless for me to become the most beautiful woman in the world. Women dress for those who love them. A woman's beauty will only bloom for one person in her life. A moment of brilliance is already eternal. Dongfang Wenxin said lightly, without that person, even if she is a peerless beauty, she will only become a skeleton sooner or later. That's all there is to it. June Moxie sighed and remained silent. All along, he had tried his best to avoid mentioning his father, Jun Wu Hui, in front of his mother, to avoid mentioning his mother's greatest sorrow. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Wenxin still couldn't help but think of it. No, it should be said that Dongfang Wenxin had never let it go. She just wanted to comfort herself and everyone else, so she deeply concealed it. At the same time, June Moxie vaguely understood why Dongfang Wenxin was so depressed today, and why she was urging him to get married and have children. She must have no more worries in her heart. She just wanted to fulfill the last obsession in her heart and bring good news to her father in the netherworld. Hold your hand and grow old together with you. If you go to the netherworld first, I will follow you. Dongfang Wenxin felt that she had greatly disappointed Jun Wu Hui by being late for more than 10 years. At this moment, the Jun family was complete and her son had grown up. Everything was done. June Moxie suddenly understood. His wedding and the birth of a child must be the only unfulfilled wish of Dongfang when Xian. If this wish was fulfilled, Then it would be the time for her to pass away without any worries or worries. Mother, the matter of resurrection that I mentioned to you that day. I wasn't just saying it casually. Previously, your child's cultivation was too weak, and I was unable to do anything. But now, there's already some progress. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth and finally said this. As his cultivation deepened, Jun Moxie's understanding of cultivation also increased. He also knew that the word resurrection was easier said than done. However, it was not the only way to dispel his mother's desire to die. No matter how difficult it was, Jun Moxie had to try his best. If he was willing to try, there would be a chance. If he didn't do it, the chance would always be 0. But if he did it, the chance would not be 0 anymore. If it was a person who had just died not long ago, he could use the supernatural soul summoning method in the Xianmen sorcery, and with the help of some heaven-defying magical medicine, he could really snatch his life back. He just had to pay the corresponding price. However, no matter which world, the spirits were all managed by a unified authority. The dim radiant realm, or the ruler of the underworld, would never allow the spirits of the dead to come back to this world easily. Jun Moxie's current strength was undoubtedly strong, but he had not reached the profound level of being able to communicate with yin and yang. Naturally, he did not have the conditions to make the ruler of the underworld bow down to him. With Jun Moxie's knowledge, perhaps only when he reached the level of the 9 Nether First Young Master could he bring the spirits out. However, even if he could bring the spirits out, it would be meaningless, because there was only the spirits without a body. It was equivalent to wanting to return to Yang, but not having a body of Yang to carry the spirits. Resurrection was impossible. Jun Wu Hui had been dead for more than 10 years. Not to mention whether the spirits had reincarnated. Even if the spirits were still around, his original physical body was long gone. Even if he used the method of possession to artificially create the spirits as a carrier, it still required the spirits to have the basic ability to possess. This was difficult to rely on, and it was not something that could be possessed just because one wanted to. An adult who was still alive, because he had his own body as a backing, could be said to be the most suitable carrier. In this way, no matter how strong the spirits were, as long as they were not cultivators and did not have the method of possession, they would definitely not be able to obtain it. Even cultivators needed to have a certain level of strength before they could do it. On this point, no matter how powerful Jun Moxie was, he would not be able to help. He was a classic example of being powerless, even though he had the heart. When he mentioned the matter of resurrection in the Dongfang family, firstly, it was to comfort Dongfang Wenxin. Secondly, Jun Moxie had just come into contact with cultivation at that time and was full of confidence. In addition, in the many supernatural novels in his previous life, resurrection was described as easy as flipping one's hand. In Journey to the West, the Old Lord's golden elixir could bring a king who had been drowned for many years back to life. He did not even need the approval of the underworld to be able to resurrect. There were too many similar descriptions, and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune that he had cultivated was the world's most miraculous technique, so he felt that he would definitely be able to do it in the future. But now that he thought about it, he realized how rash he had been when he said those words. Even if he really had the ability and the conditions. But Jun Wu Hui had already been dead for more than 10 years. Who knew if his spirit was still around? Would it be dispersed by the wind? Or reincarnated? But other than that, there was no better way. He could only drag it on like this for as long as he could, and drag it on like this indefinitely. Even if it was to let his mother live in hope and fantasy, it was still better than being depressed. A hopeless hope was still a hope. If even this hope was gone, how could Dongfang Wenxin continue to live? After listening to Jun Moxie's words, Dongfang Wenxin smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yeah, I'm not a child anymore. I understand your painstaking efforts. I know that you're just trying to drag the time. You just hope that as time passes, I can dispel my desire to die and forget about everything. But you don't know that a man like your father is someone that no one can forget and no one can let go of. Jun Moxie was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wenxin, only to feel a chill in his heart. When you said that you could resurrect your father, I only half believed it. But now I don't believe it at all. Your father has been dead for more than 10 years, and even his bones are gone. How can he be resurrected? How can I do it? Dongfang Wenxin smiled and said, even when I said that I believed you could resurrect your father, it was more like I believed in your filial piety. In the future, don't mention this matter of resurrection anymore. Dongfang Wenxin smiled sadly. Back then, how many iron-blooded men followed your father and stained the battlefield with their blood? Your second uncle and your 2 elder brothers. Don't tell me you can resurrect all of them? She looked lovingly at Jun Moxie in front of her, stretched out her hand, and gently stroked her son's face. She said softly, in this war between the 2 races, Tian Fa also suffered heavy losses. Those who died, no matter who it was, were all good men. There are people like me in the family, crying and grieving day and night. Could it be that you can resurrect everyone? If you can't, if you only resurrect your father, even if you succeed, do you think, with your father's character, he will be able to live? There was a trace of pride in Dongfang Wenxin's eyes. Even if he could be resurrected, Jun Wuhui would never accept the fact that he was the only one who could. There was no way that the proud and unyielding general in white would drag out an ignoble existence like this. Jun Moxie took 2 steps back, sweating profusely. Dongfang Wenxin's words hit Jun Moxie's weak spot. How could he answer? He couldn't answer. Hearing his mother's resolute words, Jun Moxie was stunned. In fact, although Jun Daxiao knew that this matter was difficult, he thought of his mother's situation. If his father could not be resurrected, his mother would not be able to do anything. Therefore, even though he knew it was impossible, he still wanted to try. With the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and the Hongjun Pagoda, he might not necessarily be in despair. Especially after the incident of Zhang Kuang using the 9 illusory quicksand to form a body, Jun Emosia had an even more feasible idea in his mind. When he defeated Zhang Kuang in the future, he would see if he could get his hands on the 9 illusory quicksand. After thoroughly understanding how to use it, he could use it as a foundation to form a body for Junwu Hui that was exactly the same as before. This method was undoubtedly difficult, but it was not completely impossible. Chapter 1244. Dongfang Wenxian was right. She was the person who understood Jun Wu Hui the most. With white shirt military god Jun Wu Hui's pride and loyalty, how could he be willing to be the only one alive? So many of his brothers had died for him. It had been so many years, and now Jun Wu Hui was resurrected just like that. Jun Moxie sighed. Who didn't have a wife and children to take care of? Who didn't have parents to take care of? Mo, Xia, there's no need to talk about this anymore. Go and do what you need to do. Dongfang Wenxian sat quietly and looked at Jun Moxie's face. She revealed a gentle smile. Be careful and take care of yourself when you're out there. Jun Moxie nodded. He could totally understand his mother's motherly heart. When you come back, I'll host your wedding personally. Dongfang Wenxian's face lit up with happiness. She smiled. Don't delay it anymore. I've been waiting for that day for so long. It's been so hard. Jun Mo Xie felt an indescribable sourness in his heart, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. There's one more thing. It's those people in Tianguanlin. I sent people to bring them back the last time, but they refused no matter what. I've already sent people to send their daily necessities over. I've also sent people to warn the countries in the mainland. No matter what happens, they must not be alarmed. Mother, do you think this is satisfactory? Jun Moxie asked carefully. Those uncles of yours have a deep relationship with your father. They won't leave. They are just waiting for that day. Dongfang Wenxian smiled. Let them be. What you've done is already very good. Very good. As he walked out of Dongfang Wenxian's room, Jun Mo suddenly felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He felt that everything in this world was so illusory and illusory. That afternoon, Jun Moxie brought along Mei Shuyan, Miao, Xiao Miao, and Xiaoing. The 4 of them left the evil monarch manor and headed towards the entrance of the Misty Mansion. Miao Xiao Miao was needed to find the entrance to the Misty Mansion. Mei Shuyan was Jun Moxie's biggest helper. As for bringing Xiaoing along, it was to let her relax. After all, Xiao Ying was the most pitiful out of all the women in the evil monarch manor. Xiao Ying had witnessed the entire battle between the two races with her own eyes. It was inevitable that there would be a lot of trauma in her heart. Jun Moxie was someone who had transmigrated from the modern world. He had a good understanding of psychological knowledge. He understood that Xiao Ying's pain had to be resolved as soon as possible. If it accumulated into an illness, it would be too late for regrets. There was no need to talk about Xiao Ying's cultivation. She was originally an early-stage Saint Venerable. After coming to the evil monarch manor, Jun Moxie spared no effort and endlessly used spirit herbs to support her cultivation. Right now, her cultivation had already soared to the 4th level of the Saint Venerable realm, just one step away from the Saint Monarch realm. And Miao Xiao Miao had also improved rapidly in this period of time. She was originally only a 3rd level Saint Venerable, but now she had already risen all the way to the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm. She had crossed more than 10 levels in this short period of time. In this short period of time, the little lass felt as if she was dreaming. This kind of advancement speed was something that she wouldn't even be able to dream of in the past. There is actually such a cultivation method in this world. With a swoosh, she became the Holy Emperor. This was too unbelievable. For women, finding a good husband was still the most practical. Of course, if this husband was someone she loved, and also someone who loved her, that would be the most perfect. These 4 people's cultivation was terrifying, and their legs were also top-notch. If they were riding on horses, it would be faster than walking. The 4 of them marched at an astonishing speed. The passers-by on the road would occasionally see 3 goddess-like women and a handsome young man coming from afar. However, before they could see them clearly, they would see a blur in front of their eyes, and the 4 of them would disappear at the end of the world behind them. It was as if the immortals had passed by, leaving no trace behind them. In just 3 or 4 days, they arrived at the barren mountain forest that connected the 2 realms. It was also the place where Chao Guofeng and the others had brought Jun Moxie into. At this moment, looking at the smooth stone wall again, Jun Moxie's mind was in a daze. For a moment, he had a strange feeling that he had gone back in time. Miao Xiao Miao felt that she was an expert, so she quickly walked to the front of the stone wall. She placed her fair palm on it and channeled her inner power. Slowly, a ball of bright light appeared on her hand. The light was unusually soft and clear, as if it was penetrating into the stone wall. As the circle of light expanded, a layer of ripples slowly appeared in the air, as if a small stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The ripples grew larger and larger and slowly spread out. Vaguely, a door appeared indistinctly, but it didn't appear yet. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Miao Xiao Miao's forehead and cheeks, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. It didn't seem to be this difficult in the past. Why is it so difficult this time? Previously, when I was only at the martial honor level, I could only open it for a short while. Now that my inner power has improved, I should be able to open the secret passage more easily. Why is it like this? Just as he was filled with doubts, suddenly, there was a muffled boom. Miao Xiao Miao let out a miserable groan, and her delicate body was sent flying by a huge force. Jun Moxie reacted quickly and dashed out to catch Miao Xiao Miao, who had not yet landed on the ground, and held her in his arms. He also channeled his abundant inner chi into Miao Xiao Miao to prevent her from suffering any internal injuries. The indistinct door in front of them flickered and suddenly disappeared without a trace. What happened? Mei Shuiyan and Xiao Ying gathered at the same time. They didn't know the inside story of the Misty Mansion's door, and thought that Miao Xiao Miao's inner power wasn't up to par, or the method of opening the door was wrong, causing the door to be unable to be opened. Jun Moxie had experienced this door before, when Chao Guofeng and the others brought Jun Daxiao into the Misty Mansion through this door, and it didn't take much effort. Miao Xiao Miao's current strength was even stronger than Chao Guofeng and the others. So how could such a sudden change happen? Although Jun Moxie hadn't figured out the reason, he had a bad premonition. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Meow's mouth. But with June Moxie channeling inner chi into her, although she was shaken, it wasn't a big deal. However, her expression was grave, and she said in a deep voice, "The door to the Misty Mansion can't be opened." The Misty Mansion can't be opened? The three of them were stunned at the same time. In the past, when I was only at the Spirit Master level, I could use this method to sneak out and play. To open this door, as long as I know the method, it's not difficult at all. Meow said doubtfully. But this time, even though my cultivation has reached the level of the Holy Emperor, I still can't open it. I'm afraid something has happened in the Misty Mansion. She thought for a while, then said, "The method to enter and exit the Misty Mansion is the same. According to my speculation, if it can't be opened from the outside, I'm afraid it can't be opened from the inside to the outside as well." Meow's face showed a worried expression. In other words, the Misty Mansion can't be entered or exited. It's equivalent to being completely isolated from the Xian continent. The three of them were speechless. At the same time, the three of them realized why there was no news from the Misty Mansion for such a long time. They didn't know why, but the Misty Mansion had been completely isolated from the Xian continent. In other words, even if they wanted to enter the Xian continent, they couldn't do it. What should we do now? Meow looked helplessly at June Moxie, her eyes revealing a sincere fear. It seemed that only June Moxie could solve these problems. June Moxie also scratched his head. Although June Dashao was confident that he was powerful, he still knew nothing about this line of work. How could he come up with a good idea in such a short time? And how many passageways does the Misty Mansion connect to the Xian continent? June Moxie asked. There are a total of 6 similar passageways. This is one of them. There's another one on the grasslands north of Tianxiang City, and the rest are scattered around the edge of the continent. Meow explained. Because our people will appear very suddenly, it's very easy to shock the world. So we choose places where there are few people. June Moxie frowned. So you're saying that if we try to enter the other passageways, we'll have to go around the entire continent? Meow rubbed her clothes and said weakly. More or less. That's what I mean. June Moxie staggered and almost fell to the ground. Sister, do you know how big the continent we're standing on is? Mei Shuiyan and Xiaoing also found it funny. Even with June Moxie's current cultivation, he would need at least 2 months to go around the entire continent with the yin-yang escape technique. Furthermore, he would need to fly at full speed without eating or drinking, without wasting any time. Then, girl, do you think that the passageways can't be opened? Is it because of someone, or is it because of heavenly powers? June Moxie scratched his head. He suddenly felt his scalp itching after hearing the news. It's definitely caused by someone. Meow said with certainty. The Misty Mansion has been built for more than 10,000 years. How could there be any heavenly powers sealing it? How could it be? If it's caused by someone, then we can still try. June Moxie sighed helplessly. We can only try our luck. No matter how tightly sealed the passageways are, there will still be some flaws. We can only try our luck now. Let's see if there are any doors that are not sealed tightly. However, the chances are not very high. June Moxie said. If it's really caused by someone, then it must be Zhang Kuang. Only something like the 9 illusory quicksand can completely seal the passageways of the Misty Mansion. Zhang Kuang's way of doing things is definitely not going to leave any flaws. So, don't hold too much hope. Meow's face that had just lit up with hope instantly turned gloomy again. This time, let's go to the Tianxiang side to take a look. It's relatively closer there. June Moxie said, but this time, there's no need to rush. Let's take a stroll. If we still can't open the passageway when we get to the north of Tianxiang, then there's no point in going to another passageway. We might as well wait there. The 3 girls expressed their agreement. Thus, the 4 of them followed the road towards Tianxiang. Chapter 1245. I accidentally got caught in the rain and had a slight fever. After taking some medicine, I fell into a deep sleep until now. The sub-moderator called me and woke me up. Only then did I realize that it was already so late. I got up and told everyone that I was extremely embarrassed. I'll take some medicine and work overtime. If there's going to be a new update, it might be after 3 a.m. Everyone, don't wait anymore. Chapter 1246. This road was the same one that Jun Moxie and Mei Shuyan had used to bring Dongfang Wenqin back. They still remembered that it was here that they had met the supreme assassin Chu Chihuan. At that time, the sky was filled with snow and the ground was cold. But now, the autumn wind was blowing and the golden leaves were flying everywhere. There were many forests that were dyed red, and the scenery was as beautiful as a dream. It didn't seem like this was an immortal world. Along the way, although the four of them were full of worries, under such a beautiful scenery, they unexpectedly felt relaxed and happy. They walked and stopped along the way. Although it seemed like they were on a sightseeing tour, it was still many times faster than normal people. In just a few days, they could already see the Tianxiang city in the distance. As Jun Moxie looked at the majestic city, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He stood there in a daze for a long time. Mei Shuyan and the rest could feel the feelings in his heart, and they all stood there quietly with him for a while. After a long time, Jun Moxie sighed and said, "Let's enter the city. We'll go see Tang Yuan, and then we'll pass through the city." Without alerting anyone, the four of them entered Tianxiang City. The scenery of Tianxiang City had not changed, and the people were the same. The only difference was their state of mind. 3 of the 4 of them were very interested in the hometown of the evil monarch. Miao Xiao Miao wanted to know more about the hometown of the evil monarch. Xiao Ying was very interested in the birthplace of the evil monarch. There was also Mei Shuyan. Although she had lived in Tianxiang City for a period of time, she was always busy and spent more than 95% of her time in the Jun family's old mansion. She had never had the chance to take a good look at Tianxiang City. After that, she had moved in a hurry. Now that she had the time, she could try out her long-cherished wish. This was the first time that Jun Daxiao tasted bitterness, the bitterness of accompanying women shopping. Even with Jun Mo Xie's powerful body, after accompanying these 3 beauties for an entire day, his legs were already trembling. Young Master Jun grumbled bitterly in his heart, but this tour had allowed Xiao Ying's depressed heart to be soothed. As for Miao Xiao Miao, most of the worries she had accumulated along the way had also been resolved after this tour. Just based on these benefits, this effort was worth it. Women's shopping instincts were very strong. In fact, they had even exhausted the young Master Jun Mo Xie, who was one of the strongest men in the world. But they still hadn't fallen to the ground. In fact, the great beauty, Mei, was the one who felt sorry for him. So, when she saw a certain someone's legs trembling and his face deathly pale, she immediately persuaded the other 2 beauties to end the day's shopping. That night, these 4 people arrived at Tianxiang's most secretive place, the aristocratic hall. It must be said that the aristocratic hall security was one of the best in the entire continent. But who were these 4 people? They were at least on the same level as the Holy Emperor. So the so-called best in the continent security was full of loopholes in their eyes. The 4 of them quietly bypassed the layers of defense that Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang had arranged and entered Tang Yuan's study room. No one had noticed them the entire time. This was something that couldn't be helped. There was a limit to one's strength. Asking a secular expert to guard against a top expert in this world was like asking a computer novice to guard against the world's top hacker expert. The focus of both parties was simply not on the same level. The 4 of them arrived at Fatty's study room. They hadn't even thought of how to enter when they smelled the strong smell of meat in the room. They looked at the large bookshelves and saw a pot of unfinished fat meat. It was covered with a veil. It seemed that Tang Yuan was still preparing to eat. The 4 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but find it funny. Miao Xiao Miao and Xiao Ying's understanding of Fatty was relatively shallow. Mei Shuyan knew that Jun Moxie rarely acknowledged his friends, and Tang Yuan was one of Jun Moxie's few friends. Therefore, she was quite familiar with Fatty Tang, and naturally knew some of Fatty's habits. It seemed that Tang Yuan had lost weight, but he still had a strong desire for good food. He would think about eating at all times. But eating fat meat in the study room was a bit too disgraceful. Although Fatty had never cared about the word refined, and it seemed that Jundashao was the same, at this time, the sound of footsteps was heard from outside the door. It seemed that two people were coming in one after the other. June Moxie gave them a look, and the four of them quickly drifted and hid behind the large bookshelves without making a sound. Not to mention that the two people outside were just ordinary people. Even profound practitioners with profound cultivation would not be able to detect them. Tang Yuan's study room was probably decorated in the past. Instead of calling it a study room, it was more like a small living room. The four of them hid behind the large bookshelves, and there was more than enough space. It didn't feel crowded at all. The bookshelves were filled to the brim with books. Moreover, many of the books were incomplete or unique. It seemed as if the owner of this place was very cultured. But who would have thought that the owner of this place, Fatty Tang, might not have even read a single word of these books? I still don't understand. Why are you looking for me? Tang Yuan's voice sounded, and there was a hint of arrogance and condescension in his tone. Obviously, the people who came in with him were not worthy of his attention. In fact, in today's world, there were not many people who could be worthy of the attention of the god of wealth, Tang Yuan. This lowly official is looking for Lord Tang only because I want to join your sect. I really have no other intentions. Lord Tang, please understand. The voice that followed was very unexpected. It seemed to be an official, and the voice was rather stiff. Even though the tone was full of humility, it did not have the enthusiasm that June Moxie had imagined. June Moxie could not help but be startled. This guy should be here to ask Fatty to do something for him. Why is he so arrogant? But, judging from the voice, this person should not be someone who knows how to flatter others. Let's see how Fatty will handle this. You said you want to join my sect? Your words are interesting, but I don't know why you, as the head of a yamen in the capital, keep saying that you want to join a merchant like me. What do you mean by that? I really don't understand. With a creaking sound, Tang Yuan had already sat comfortably in the round chair that he had specially prepared for him. Then, the chair began to creak, as if Tang Yuan was sitting on it and swaying his body back and forth. Lord Tang is admittedly not a person of the bureaucracy, and not even a person of the imperial court. But as of now, Lord Tang, you are the most powerful person in the entire continent. That person's voice carried some grievance, but also a trace of determination. Everyone in the entire continent knows that it is better to offend the rulers of the 8 countries than to offend the god of wealth. Because those who offend the rulers of the 8 countries at the same time will at most die. Even those with high profound strength may be spared. But those who offend the god of wealth are destined to live a life worse than death. I'm not the only one who has said this. This is a fact that everyone knows. June Moxie was getting more and more curious. Listening to this person's voice, he was definitely not a shameless person who would bow and scrape. But this kind of person actually took the initiative to join Tang Yuan's sect. What was the reason for this? Also, listening to Tang Yuan's words, he should be a high-ranking official of Tianxiang's yamen. This caused the entire matter to be even more strange. Oh, Tang Yuan raised his eyelids, grunted, and said, "Go on. I like these words the most. Say a few more words, and let me be happy." After saying that, a certain fatty laughed mischievously. In this world, the most happy thing is to sit leisurely on a comfortable chair and listen to people flatter me. This is simply the life of a deity. With a gulp sound, the person opposite Tang Yuan swallowed his saliva, and his breathing instantly quickened. He must have been greatly angered by Tang Yuan's words. Such a leisurely and comfortable life? How could I not wish for it? But the problem is that this daddy here is living it for someone else. You might be happy, but I'm suffering. As the chair creaked, Tang Yuan straightened his body, and his voice suddenly became solemn. Tai Huaili, I know you. You are an upright official, and this is something that everyone in Tianxiang knows. The evaluation of you in Tianxiang City is also not bad, especially in the hearts of the commoners. Your prestige is extremely high. But the real reason why I have to personally receive you is because you're truly upright and clean. Only such a person is someone that I, Tang Yuan, truly respect. So this person was Tai Huili. Jun Moxie's heart stirred. This Tai Huili was originally a general under Murong Fengyun and could be considered a man of steel. Later on, he left the military for some reason and rose through the ranks. However, after Murong Fengyun retired, or perhaps because the tree fell, the monkeys would scatter, he also lost his power and position. It was said that in the end, he became a small, idle official in the capital. Who would have thought that he would have to beg Tang Yuan today? However, Tang Yuan's evaluation of him was the truth. This person was not the kind of person who would bend his back to serve the rich and powerful. His actions today could be said to be extremely abnormal. Tai Huili let out a long sigh. Hearing Tang Yuan's praise, his mood became even more depressed, and he fell silent for a long time. Tai Huili, Tang Yuan, have always respected people like you the most. So when you come to beg me today, I'm extremely angry. Could it be that my Tianxiang Empire doesn't have any good officials with integrity? Do all of them have to *King go through the back door to become an official? Tang Yuan retorted angrily. I, Tang Yuan, am a merchant, and a completely unscrupulous one at that. I only know how to earn money. You and I are people of different paths. It should be best for both of us to live in harmony. So why are you acting like this today? Lord Tang is right. You and I are not on the same path to begin with. If there was any other way, why would I resort to such a despicable method to beg a merchant who reeks of money? But today, I have no choice but to beg you. I have no choice but to beg a stinky merchant like you. Tai Huili's voice was extremely bitter. Chapter 1247. Lord Tang is the god of wealth and the spokesperson of the evil monarch in this continent. As long as the evil monarch still exists in this world, as long as the evil monarch is still ruling this world, then Lord Tang's position is unshakable, and no one can shake it. Even the monarchs of the various countries have to bow down to Lord Tang, and even be extremely careful. Tai Huili said bitterly, "It's precisely because of this reason that I want to become Lord Tang's disciple." What kind of reason is that? Tang Yuan's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Jun Sunshao and I were close when we were young, and it's still the same even now. From start to finish, it's just the relationship between the two of us. What has it got to do with you outsiders? So what if he's the evil monarch now? Even when he was viewed with enmity by the three holy lands, and the entire continent did not look favorably upon him, I still stood by his side. I've never cared about his identity, nor his abilities. The only thing I care about is him, Jun Moxie. Even if Jun Moxie is no longer the evil monarch, even if he's a beggar, even if he's a cripple, he's still my, Tang Yuan's, brother. This will never change, but it has nothing to do with the disputes in your officialdom. I, Tang Yuan, am just an unscrupulous businessman, whether it's in Tianxiang City or anywhere else in the Xian continent. Tang Yuan does not belong to any faction. This is especially so in the politics that is filled with all sorts of disputes. The reputation of the evil monarch is not something that you people can use as a tiger's skin. This is not only a taboo of third young master, it is also a taboo of me, Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan said heavily. Tai Huili did not feel offended at all. Lord Tang is detached from worldly affairs because he's already standing at the peak of this world. Naturally, he can do as he pleases. But the rest of us are still stuck in the world of mortals, and we have no choice but to do as we please. This lowly official has been in the army for half of my life. But I feel that many of the families of my fallen brothers have been bullied and humiliated. So, I resolutely abandoned my great future in the army and returned to Tianxiang City. My only thought was to do something for my fallen soldiers and brothers. Tang Yuan tilted his head and looked at him, saying mockingly, "That sounds nice, but what you're doing now is blinded by greed, not hesitating to join a merchant. Do you still remember your original intention that day?" "How could I forget? I have never forgotten for even a moment," Tai Huili replied agitatedly. Ever since this lowly official returned to Tianxiang, old Master Morong personally helped me out. First, I became the registrar, then the imperial censor, then the imperial censor. After a few twists and turns, I finally reached the position of the capital's Dao platform. But after old Master Morong retired, this lowly official was demoted by 3 ranks, becoming the current supervisor of the capital's intelligence bureau. Compared to those high officials in the imperial court, although this lowly official's position in the intelligence bureau is not high, and my position is not high, this is the position that I've always dreamed of. The capital's intelligence bureau is in charge of the supervision of the officials in the capital, as well as the citizens. It is under the Ministry of Justice, and can be said to be a department with real power. But what I value the most is that if the citizens have any grievances, they can come to me to complain. And among them, there are many descendants or widows of the fallen soldiers. Tai Huili laughed bitterly. Lord Tang has been born into a wealthy family since young, living a life of luxury. Naturally, you don't know how hard it is for the widows and descendants of the fallen soldiers to live. But no matter how hard it is, they still have to persevere and live on. Although it sounds easy, how difficult is it to do it? This is especially so for the families of those soldiers who have daughters with good looks. This blessing from the heavens has instead become the root cause of their family's destruction. Just because their children are pretty, it becomes the cause of their family's destruction. Isn't this a pitiful and laughable matter? But such tragedies happen all the time. The more Tai Huili spoke, the more agitated he became. In the end, he actually stood up, as though he had regained the vigor of a man who charged through the enemy lines on the battlefield. Tang Yuan listened quietly, not interrupting. Ever since this lowly official took up the position of the capital's intelligence bureau, I placed great importance on this aspect. However, after taking this position, I realized that there were many things that were not as simple as I had imagined. Initially, I naively thought that as long as I was in this position, I would be able to protect the families of my brothers. But how would I know that those who asked me to protect were all insignificant? In other words, I can only protect them if others ask me to protect them. If others don't allow me to protect them, then I won't be able to protect them. That's because those who dare to do such heinous things are mostly the young masters of those rich and powerful families. These families, regardless of which one it is, are not something that a small intelligence bureau chief like me can handle. They are not people that I can afford to offend. If I force myself to do it, I'll only be asking for humiliation. Those who lose face will only take revenge even more crazily. The saddest thing is that they won't take revenge on me. Instead, they will use all sorts of methods on the victims. I'm powerless and can only watch helplessly. Tai Huili's voice was filled with grief and indignation. Countless times, many people who were bullied and persecuted came to me, hoping that I, the so-called justice, would stand up for them. I did stand up for them, but after I did, their fates were even more miserable. I've submitted countless petitions to the heavens, and even looked for the head of the Ministry of Justice. But all of them were like stones sinking into the ocean with no response. Without the support of the imperial court, even though I'm the intelligence bureau chief in name, I can't even deal with the son of a grain merchant. In the eyes of those aristocratic families and magnates, I, Tai Huili, running around everywhere is just a joke, a complete joke. In fact, I'm even treated as a target for their amusement. Some people even started to bully the families of soldiers who died in battle for their amusement, all for the sake of watching me, Tai Huili, run around time and time again, running into a wall time and time again. Then they would watch from the side with wine cups in their hands, never getting tired of it. Tai Huili continued in a sorrowful voice. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. I, Tai Huili, overestimated my own capabilities and brought humiliation upon myself, becoming a toy. But that's not a big deal. After all, humans are born to be played by others. If they're not played by themselves, they'll be played by their superiors. Or perhaps, they'll be played by the world. But what about the families of my brothers? He suddenly raised his voice as though he was roaring. Those brothers of mine, they've been guarding the borders for many years, fighting with their lives on the line for the country. When they died, the compensation from the country was only a mere 50 taels of silver. Then, the orphans and widows they left behind were toyed with and bullied by the nobles they risked their lives to protect. Despicable. Even if they were to swallow their anger and submit, there was no meaning in it. They had to be forced to submit after running around until they had nowhere else to go, sending their own daughters to be trampled on by them. Only then would it be interesting. Only then would it be satisfying. And those who were unwilling to accept such a fate, but were powerless to change it, would silently disappear from the face of this world. Clear sky. When has there ever been a clear sky in this world? Could it be that the nobles of Tianxiang are all so inhumane? Don't they know how to be grateful? Tai Huaili's voice was already hoarse, and his eyes were about to split open. Tang Yuan was also stunned. Who would have thought that his casual question would lead to such a serious matter? Lord Tang, you've also been to the brothels in the past, and you've also been a playboy. Tai Huaili panted heavily as he continued in a sorrowful voice. But do you know how many of those so-called prostitutes you've been to, how many of them are actually the descendants of those who sacrificed their lives for Tianxiang? Many of them were sold into the brothels by the nobles after they were sick of playing with them. Many of them were once the daughters of good families, the descendants of those who sacrificed their lives for Tianxiang. They should be our treasures that we've taken care of. Tai Huaili panted heavily as he glared at Tang Yuan with a fierce look in his eyes. All of a sudden, he roared, God of fortune Tang Yuan, you're so high and mighty, transcending the ways of the world, but do you know that the souls of those who died in battle are crying in the netherworld? I can hear them. Tai Huaili patted his chest with a resounding thud. Every night, I dream of my fallen brothers pleading with me to take good care of their families. But I can't do it. I'm powerless. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. Tang Yuan sighed dejectedly. He then stood up and said, Sir Tai, Tang Yuan had a slip of the tongue and offended you. Please sit down. Sit down and speak slowly. Jun Moxie listened from the back, and his face was as dark as still water. A dense killing intent rose from his body. Everything that Tai Huaili had said was undoubtedly the truth. The upper echelons of Tianxiang might not be willing to do such despicable things. However, some of the mid-sized families would never get tired of doing such things. And in the entire Tianxiang Empire, in the past few decades, the relationships between the big and the small were intertwined, and it could be said that pulling a hair on one part could affect the entire situation, even if it was just a member of a small family. As long as you did something to him and didn't handle the aftermath well, then he would be able to find his backer in an extremely short period of time and settle the matter silently. As long as they didn't die from a single blow, it was equivalent to giving them countless opportunities to curry favor, prompting them to sharpen their brains and use all methods to get into the net, forming an even larger but unshakable criminal system. Heaven's net is wide, but it doesn't reveal anything. But how could there be a heavenly net in the world? In the long run, it would only become more and more difficult to resolve. The connections between the rich and powerful would become tighter, and their actions would become more unbridled and lawless. The lives of the commoners would naturally become more and more difficult. In the end, many families would reach a point where they could no longer continue living. When this conflict reached its peak, the country would face a so-called rebellion. Chapter 1248. But who would know that every time someone praises me like that, my face would burn with shame? I can't wait to find a rope and hang myself. Is there any justice like me in the world? I can't do anything, and I can't even protect my brothers' families. I can only watch as they are bullied and humiliated by others. There's nothing I can do, and I can only grab my own cheeks and give them a good beating every night when I drink. Tai Huaili sat on the chair, and he suddenly covered his face with his hands. Tears seeped through the gaps between his fingers. A hot-blooded man like him was actually crying. I understand your intentions, but you can't look for me, saying that you want to become my disciple. Will that be of any help? Or is there something else that you want me to help with? Speak your mind. Tang Yuan clapped his hands, and Hai Chun Feng, who had been guarding outside the door, walked in. Tang Yuan gave him a look, and Hai Chun Feng immediately left. I just want to become your disciple, that's all, Tai Huili said sorrowfully. Lord Tang, perhaps you don't understand the significance of becoming your disciple. My request today is not a whim, but something that I've considered for a long time. After all these years, I've finally discovered truth. I've also understood this logic. Even if one truly wants to do something for the commoners, if they don't have a strong backing, they won't be able to do it. Tai Huili laughed bitterly. I've also discovered that the so-called upright officials are unable to do anything in this world. They can't do anything at all, because they don't have a strong backing that can support them to do what they want. I need a backing, and you're precisely such a backing that no one can touch, or at least no one dares to touch. Tai Huili said, this is the reason why I came to look for you today. Tang Yuan stood up and paced around slowly. Through his observation, he could tell that Tai Huili was speaking the truth. But out of caution, he still sent Hai Chun Feng out to investigate. Right now, he was considering whether he should agree to Tai Huili's request. The moment he agreed, it would be equivalent to being dragged into a political battle. It was undoubtedly a giant whirlpool. But this time, what he had to face was a challenge to an unspoken principle. He was facing an almost endless number of enemies. Although Tang Yuan didn't care about such trouble, even if he didn't rely on Jun Moxi's power, the current power of the God of Fortune was enough to deal with most of the variables in this world. However, Tang Yuan also realized another point. If he agreed, he would express his attitude. Although it was only his attitude, in the eyes of others, it was equal to his brother Jun Moxi's attitude. This way of doing it wasn't a little. Tai Huili's gaze followed closely behind Tang Yuan's footsteps. The anticipation on his face grew stronger and stronger. Other than me, who else did you look for this matter? Tang Yuan asked. In the entire Tianxiang Empire, only two people can do it. One of them is naturally Lord Tang, and the other is Prime Minister Li Yuran. Tai Huili said calmly. Before looking for you, this lowly official considered that Lord Tang is not a member of the imperial court, and your position is special, so this lowly official went to look for Prime Minister Li first. What did Li Yuran say? Tang Yuan asked solemnly. Prime Minister Li said, in the entire Tianxiang Empire, or even the entire Xianxian continent, the only person who has the ability to do this, and who can truly support me, is you. Only the God of Fortune, Tang Yuan. Tai Huili laughed bitterly. I agree with your point of view. If I were to do it, I would also be able to do it. But there's always a what if. If something big happens, someone will definitely need to clean up the mess. My identity is too awkward, and the influence of my identity as the Prime Minister of Tianxiang is too great. If I were to cause such a storm, Jun Moxi might not be willing to clean up the mess for me. But if you look for Tang Yuan to take charge of this matter, even if Fatty Tang pokes a hole in the sky, the evil monarch Jun Moxi will be able to smooth it out for him. In truth, you don't need to do anything about this matter, and you don't even need to say anything. As long as you acknowledge my identity, I can do whatever I want, and no one will dare to stop me. All the problems will be easily solved. That's all. So, Prime Minister Li asked me to look for you. F***CK, his grandpa. Am I the kind of person who can cause trouble, but can't solve it? Tang Yuan flew into a rage. Li Yuran, that bastard. He's been playing tricks since he was 5 or 6 years old. He's going to play tricks for the rest of his life. Although he was cursing, Tang Yuan knew that what Li Yuran said was the truth. No matter what Tang Yuan did, he would do it without the slightest scruple. Although Fatty's current strength was a factor, the main reason was that he had Jun Moxi backing him up. As long as Fatty had the ability, even if he poked a hole in the sky, Jun Moxi would definitely not sit by and watch. He would definitely clean up the mess for him. But there was a fundamental difference between him and Li Yuran. The relationship between Li Yuran and Jun Moxi was far from the level of Fatty. There was no way to compare the two. That's what Prime Minister Li said. Tai Huili heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally said what he wanted to say. This is a hornet's nest. Although I have the ability to poke it, it's still troublesome. Tang Yuan scratched his head with a headache. Behind the bookshelf, Mei Shuyan looked at Jun Moxie with a questioning look in her eyes. She was obviously asking Jun Moxie why he wasn't going out yet. Jun Moxie raised his brows, but he did not say anything. At this moment, Jun Daxiao wanted to see how Fatty Tang was going to handle this matter. But with Fatty's personality, Jun Moxie could roughly guess his final plan. This fellow was a classic example of someone who feared neither the heavens nor the earth. As long as Hai Chin Feng confirmed that Tai Huili's words were true, Jun Mo Xie could imagine that Tang Yuan would definitely support him without any hesitation. Money could enslave ghosts and even gods. If the god of fortune, Tang Yuan, was willing to support him, even without Jun Daxiao's help, it would be more than enough to accomplish this matter. Since Li Yuran is willing to say these words, it's enough to prove that he's supportive of this matter. Tang Yuan furrowed his brows and said, I believe that as long as I make a move, Li Yuran will add fuel to the fire, and at the right time, carry out a huge cleansing of Tianxiang City. At the same time, it will also achieve Li Yuran's other goals. Li Yuran is using me as a knife, ah? My reputation and benefits will all belong to him. That bastard. As he spoke, Tang Yuan suddenly gritted his teeth. F***CK. The next time he gets drunk, this daddy will definitely castrate him. Does he think that he's the only one with a good brain under the heavens? When Tang Yuan said this, Jun Moxie, who was hiding behind the bookshelf, could not help but widen his eyes. F***CK. When did this fatty's brain become so good? This kind of thinking, this kind of reasoning, it did not seem like something that Tang Yuan would say, ah? Tang Yuan was right. Since Li Yuran had expressed his stance, there was definitely a thunderous follow-up waiting for him. As long as Tang Yuan made his move, Li Yuran would follow. Borrowing the reputation of the god of fortune and the evil monarch to carry out something that he had always wanted to do, but had always been wary of. Using was a little too much, but borrowing power was a common method that Li Yuran used. And this power, Li Yuran had to borrow it no matter what. The sound of the wind rang out, and Hai Chan Feng floated in soundlessly, nodding his head at Tang Yuan. This nod proved that everything Tai Huili had said was the truth. Pung! Tang Yuan slammed his fist on the table, and a savage look appeared on his face. Tai Huili looked at him curiously, not knowing where this big shot had gone crazy. He was clearly fine just a moment ago. What he did not know was that if Tang Yuan had not flown into a rage and was still fine, it would have been him who was in trouble. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Tai Huili, tell me the truth. Just how determined are you towards this matter? Tai Huili's heart leaped with joy as he replied, as long as Lord Tang is willing to support me, I will definitely carry it out to the end. I will die 9 times without regrets. Good. Tang Yuan roared. I'll support you on this matter. Let's do it. This fellow still had the temper of a hoodlum. He was clearly doing a good deed, but he made it sound like he was a bandit who had decided to rob a fat sheep. Tai Huili was overjoyed, and he almost choked on his tears. A sharp glint shot out from his eyes. He knew what Tang Yuan's words meant. The moment he said it, it meant that countless heads would roll on the ground in the entire Tianxiang Empire. Apart from the evil monarch manor, Dongfang, Duanmu, Silver City, and Xikong families that had survived the war, Tang Yuan's strength was the strongest in the entire continent. If you want manpower, you can get it. If you want money, you can get it. Ever since Jun Moxie had left the capital, all the underground gangs in Tianxiang Empire had been handed over to Tang Yuan. The current aristocratic hall had truly straddled both the black and white worlds, and had the power to control the entire Tianxiang Empire. Fortunately, Fatty Tang did not have much ambition, and Song Shang and Hai Chun Feng were also very strict with their subordinates. There wouldn't be a situation where the pugilistic world and the imperial court would oppose each other, and the aristocratic hall would become a powerful weapon for the Tianxiang Empire. Such a strange situation could almost be considered as unprecedented since the beginning of time. Tomorrow, I'll officially announce to Li Yuran that you, Tai Huili, are my Tang Yuan's disciple. Go and do what you need to do, no matter who it is. Tang Yuan said fiercely. Even if they find out that it's Li Yuran's Li family, they'll still be dealt with to the death. I'll be behind you, supporting you. From now on, there's no need to have any misgivings. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Tang Yuan scoffed. Chen Feng. He was calling Hai Chun Feng by his name. Hai Chun Feng's figure flashed in. Tell Song Shan to pick out a few meticulous people to work for Lord Tai. That fellow is always hugging a few wine jars in a daze. It's time for him to go out and loosen up his muscles. Otherwise, that bastard will become as fat as I was in the past. Tang Yuan said. At the same time, inform all our forces in the capital, be it the underworld or the underworld, to fully support Lord Tai. If there's any obstruction, sweep it all away. There's no need to have any misgivings. If there's any obstruction, kill without mercy. Chapter 1249. Oh, I understand. Oh, why don't we let Song Shan guard you, and I'll handle this personally? I'm afraid that the drunkard will drink too much and cause trouble. Hai Chen-Feng said eagerly. The main thing was that it was extremely uncomfortable to be by Fatty's side, and there was nothing more exciting than doing something that won't do. Tang Yuan rejected immediately. The more someone doesn't want to follow me, the more I have to let him follow me. That way, a certain someone will give up on the thought of abandoning me. He chuckled evilly. Third young master has already said that you're my bodyguard. Hai Chen-Feng held his forehead in his hand and swayed. He had truly given up. This fatty was getting more and more shrewd. Go, Tai Huili, do what you have to do. Tang Yuan snorted. With this daddy here in Tianxiang, how can I let those bastards overturn the heavens? Tai Huili was overjoyed, following which he was let out by Hai Chen-Feng. Before he left, Tang Yuan reminded him once more. Since we're going to do it, let's do it big. All the old grudges, new debts, and old debts will be settled. Don't let any of them off, not even Li Yuran's Li family. Investigate them thoroughly. How can they not pay the price for using this daddy? When Tai Huili left, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. This god of fortune was really petty. Tang Yuan was alone in the study room and giggled twice. He then said to himself, Li Yuran, you treacherous, and vicious bastard. If you don't let me rest, then I'll make you suffer. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. How are you making things difficult for him? You're doing him a huge favor. AI, you fatty, this young master thought that you've really become smarter, but seems like you're still the same as before, stupid beyond redemption. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Yuan fiercely jumped up and shouted in ecstasy. Third young master, is it really you? Behind him, standing in white robes, was none other than Jun Moxie. However, Tang Yuan's ecstasy only lasted for a few seconds before he became dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the three stunning beauties beside Jun Moxie, as if he had lost his mind. Sparkling saliva slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped on the ground. After a long time, he lamented, Oh my God, there's actually such a beauty in this world. And she's even my good brother's wife, my friend's wife. I can't take advantage of her. This is the most tragic thing in the world. Jun Mo Xie punched him in the stomach and scolded him with a smile. You think you can look at this young master's wives? Be careful not to let them tear apart your fat body. If they really make a move, even if this young master wants to save you, I won't be able to do anything. Nonsense. I don't have any fat on my body. Tang Yuan mumbled and then said, Oh right, third young master, what did you just say? It's about whether I'm smart or not. You still don't admit it? I said that you dealing with the prodigal sons of the Li family is exactly what Li Yuran wants you to do. Jun Moxie laughed. Do you really think that Li Yuran doesn't want to deal with those bastards? He's just too embarrassed to act rashly because of his family ties. Now that you've helped him so much, I can guarantee that. As long as you get rid of those bastards, Li Yuran will treat you to a drink that night. Drink to your heart's content. Tang Yuan was dumbfounded. F***CK. How can I fulfill this crafty man's wish? Why don't I just let a few of them go? Let them go? Can you live with your conscience if you let them go? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. What's the use of keeping those kind of people? Just get rid of them all. Just take it as selling a big favor to Li Yuran. When we drink, we'll order the most expensive wine and drink him to death. Tang Yuan couldn't help but nod his head in agreement as he listened to Jun Dashao's brilliant plan. Also, the matter that Tai Huili mentioned is a serious matter that will benefit the future generations. You have to put in some effort to handle it. Don't treat it lightly. If anyone asks, just say that it's my idea. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about causing trouble for me. These dregs should all be cleaned up in the first place. We can ignore what we don't know, but since we know, we have to get rid of them all. Don't be soft-hearted, and don't be soft-hearted. That's great. Tang Yuan was overjoyed. As the saying went, get rid of all evil. But among these people, there would definitely be some who had connections to the royal family. In other words, they were relatives of the royal family. The moment they touched these people, it would definitely attract the attention of the royal family. If Emperor Yang Huainong or Crown Prince Yang, Mo, really came to ask for leniency, Tang Yuan would have to give them some face no matter what. After all, the dignity of the royal family couldn't be trampled on so casually, and it was even more difficult to not give face to acquaintances. But Tang Yuan was the same as Jun Moxie. Both of them were the type of people who, unless they decided to do something, they would do it till the end. Not getting rid of all evil was like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Thus, the only thing that Tang Yuan was worried about was this matter. And now, Jun Moxie had solved this problem for him with a single sentence. If the emperor really asked, Fatty would just have to stare at him and say, I had no choice either. Jun Moxie was the one who asked me to do it. Why don't you look for Jun Moxie to discuss it? No matter who came to ask, they wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. If they still didn't know what was good for them, they would be courting death. Who in the entire continent would dare to obstruct the evil monarch's plans? Those who dared to obstruct him were definitely tired of living. It was guaranteed that before Jun Moxie knew, he would be taken care of by those bootlickers indeed. If I don't speak first in spring, which insect dares to make a sound? Jun Moxie and his group stayed in Tianxiang City for 3 days. And it was during these 3 days that the entire Tianxiang City was completely turned upside down. Li Yuran didn't dare to believe that there was such a coincidence in the world after he had received Tang Yuan's reply. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Tang Yuan had actually come here by coincidence. Moreover, he had come here specifically for this matter. Then, she hurried into the palace to report to the emperor, Yang Huainong. Following that, a series of strict imperial edicts were issued. Not to mention Tianxiang's capital city, even the entire Tianxiang Empire's territory was swiftly and decisively rectified. Especially the incident 2 days ago, where 2 noble carriages collided with each other on the streets, injuring a few innocent civilians. Fatty Tang made a big deal out of it and used it as an example. Everyone involved was hung on the city walls and executed by 1,000 cuts as a warning to others. As for the accomplices, they were like kites and carrots planted in the fields. In Jun Moxie's words, F***CK, their grannies. And Fatty Tang had completely implemented Jun Dashao's words. It was really F***CK, their grannies, directly exterminating the entire clan. In just these 3 days, nearly 10,000 people's heads had fallen to the ground. Moreover, this wind of rectification was still ongoing, and the trend was actually becoming more and more intense. Those influential officials who used their power to bully others, those high-ranking officials and noble families who did not care about the suffering and safety of the common people, those scumbags who took bribes and embezzled money, and those powerful officials who treated human lives as if they were grass, had really suffered a great calamity and had a great misfortune. When they were using the common people for fun and using their power to amass wealth, they would never have thought that their actions would lead to the end of their lineage and the execution of their entire families. who said that there was no heaven's will in the dark. June Moxie had once looked at the rolling heads on the execution ground and said, "Good will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution, but that the time has not yet come. The time has come when I come." Demons and monsters, all slaughtered. The entire process could be said to be unexpectedly smooth. All those who came to plead for leniency were ordered by Tang Yuan to be put into the ranks of his accomplices and then investigated one by one. To be honest, there was shit on the buttocks of these officials, and not a single one of them was clean. Unless they did not investigate. As long as they were serious, they would all be sent to the guillotine. Looking at the string after string of officials being tied up, even Tang Yuan was shocked by the sheer number of them. This god of fortune said from the bottom of his heart, "Oh my God, I have discovered something. All the officials of our Tianxiang kingdom who are above the county government line up one by one, and then close their eyes and brandish their swords to kill 10,000 people. At most, only a few innocent people will be killed. But if we kill every single one of them, there will actually be a small half that will slip through the net." With regard to this sentence, June Moxie deeply agreed, and so once again instructed, "Be stricter, be heavier." Just as the Tianxiang capital was turning upside down, June Moxie led Mei Shuyan and the rest to bid farewell to Tang Yuan and walked out. Before leaving, tears welled up in Fatty's eyes, and he almost cried. In a trance, June Moxie and the rest arrived at the Tomb of Passion. Looking at the huge tombstone, June Moxie sighed deeply. It was as if he was recalling that night in front of his eyes, the snowy night, the falling flowers, Murong Xiu's tragic death, and the scene of Yi Gohan committing suicide for love. "I would rather betray the heavens than betray you," June Moxie said softly. "Yi Gohan, Murong Xiu, may the two of you truly rest in peace. Die together in the Yellow Springs. Raimu is doing very well in the evil monarch manner, don't worry." The pine trees rustled, and the sound of rustling could be heard. June Mo sieb in his waist and bowed deeply. This bow was for Yi Gohan, and for Murong Xiu. Yi Gohan's Xian cultivation was not very high, but his infatuation was enough to move the heavens and earth. Just this true love alone was enough to make anyone in the world bow and pay their respects. The people of the Tomb of Passion came and went, and there was an endless stream of people coming to pay their respects. This place had already become a symbol of Tianxiang's capital city, because this tomb was personally built by the evil monarch, and it was built in a single night. This was an absolute miracle. Many people secretly glanced at the three women and one man, feeling that these four people had a noble aura and did not seem like ordinary people. Just that kind of noble and graceful aura was enough to make people not dare to have any thoughts of offending them. There were even people who felt that June Moxie looked familiar, but they did not dare to recklessly recognize him. They only furrowed their brows and secretly looked at him with uncertainty, because this person was the same as the person in their hearts. Only after June Moxie had left for a long time did someone suddenly call out, "Evil monarch! That young man just now is the evil monarch, June Moxie." Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone present was shocked. To think that this person, who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person in the world, would actually come to Tianxiang's capital city secretly. The news of the evil monarch appearing in Tianxiang's capital city quickly spread out, instantly increasing the intensity of this great purge in Tianxiang. Chapter 1250. Right now, no one would suspect that someone was using the evil monarch's name to do something. In an instant, the little bit of resistance that still existed disappeared without a trace. After Tang Yuan pushed for this matter, and when Tai Huili was going all out, Li Yuran also took the opportunity to start a great purge in the imperial court. Borrowing the momentum from Tai Huili's purge, she set the entire situation in place. At this point, all the voices of opposition in Tianxiang had disappeared. More than 80% of the parasites had disappeared, and the remaining ones were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to cause any more trouble. The entire Tianxiang country was walking on the path of absolute prosperity. While the bloodbath was at its peak, Jun Moxie had already arrived at the grasslands in the north of Tianxiang. This was the other door to the Misty Mansion. Miao Xiao Miao tried to open the door according to the method, but she was still unable to do so. No matter how much strength she used, it was to no avail. As she increased the amount of strength she used to open the door, the backlash from before appeared once again. Luckily, Miao Xiao Miao was prepared this time and was not injured by the hidden backlash from the door. After a series of twists and turns, it was still futile. The four of them looked at the endless grasslands in front of them, at a loss of what to do. That night, because the four of them had no idea what to do, they decided to stay here for the night, hoping to try another method the next day to see if they could open the door and enter the Misty Mansion. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, a heavy pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. Apart from being stronger than the rest, the four of them were also very alert people, and they were all startled awake by this sudden change. Raising their heads, they saw the sky was filled with dark clouds, and there were even more dark clouds gathering from all directions. They were getting thicker and more solid, and the dark clouds seemed to have solidified, condensing rapidly in the air. In the end, the entire sky was filled with an inky black hue. Because the dark clouds in the sky were too dense, they were so low that they could be torn off with a single stretch of their hands. However, in the middle of the sky, full of dark clouds, there was another huge eye. It was like a whirlpool in the middle of the sky, full of waves, slowly spinning, accompanied by countless purple lightning bolts, shining brightly. No one had ever seen such a tyrannical pressure of the heavens and earth before. Not to mention anything else, just a single eye in the sky had covered an area of several hundred miles. The so-called Saint Monarch level heavenly tribulation, or even half-saint level heavenly tribulation, were simply not worth mentioning under the might of the heavens and earth. Then, the clouds suddenly shook, and a huge purple lightning pillar as thick as an ordinary house suddenly appeared. This was only the first lightning bolt of the lightning tribulation. It was already so ridiculously powerful. The purple lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, lighting up the whole world. Then it fell down violently. If such a powerful and terrifying lightning struck the ground, it would definitely cause the earth to crack and the mountains to collapse. However, for some unknown reason, the instant the tribulation lightning bolt struck down, they suddenly disappeared in midair. When Jun Moxie and the other three saw the tribulation thunder suddenly disappear, they clearly felt the heaven and earth shake, but they didn't hear any sound. What was going on? If there was a peerless expert undergoing the tribulation here, where was that expert? If there was no one undergoing the tribulation, where did such a shocking and terrifying lightning tribulation come from? Everything here was so strange, so illogical, so unbelievable. No matter how confused Jun Moxie and the others were, the lightning tribulation in the sky would not care about such things. After the first lightning bolt, the rumbling of thunder and lightning continued to ring out, and the lightning bolts that filled the sky became more and more concentrated. From the start, there were only 1 or 2 bolts, and it gradually increased to 5 bolts, 10 bolts, 50 bolts, hundreds of bolts, and the power of each tribulation lightning also gradually expanded from the thickness of an ordinary house to the thickness of a football field. Moreover, this trend of expansion was still continuing. The attack range of the tribulation lightning continued to expand. Its power became stronger and stronger, and its momentum became more and more ferocious. It was as if the entire Xian continent was shaking because of this sudden apocalyptic lightning tribulation. The city walls of a small city thousands of miles away were also slowly collapsing. Cries of terror rang out endlessly throughout the entire continent. The entire continent was groaning because of this change. Jun Moxie's face was unusually heavy and even a little ugly. Looking at this crazy apocalyptic lightning tribulation, his eyes were filled with seriousness. These purple lightning bolts seemed to have struck the void and did not directly strike the continent. But even so, the continent was already showing signs of being unable to withstand it. It seems like someone is undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Mei Shuiyin said in shock. What kind of tyrannical existence is this? It actually triggered such an earth-shattering and terrifying thunder tribulation. The Xianxian continent did not directly withstand this lightning tribulation. Up until now, it was only affected by the aftershocks of the lightning tribulation, as well as the changes in the heavens and earth. But even so, it was already on the verge of collapsing. Then, what kind of pressure was the owner of this lightning tribulation enduring? Oh, not good. I'm afraid the Xianxian continent will not be able to hold on for much longer. Jun Moxie let out a long breath and said slowly, a lightning tribulation of this level is definitely not simple. Even an ordinary sage-level lightning tribulation should not be like this. Then there's only one explanation. Miao Qingshang has come out, and he should be in the Misty Mansion right now, fighting with Zhang Kuang. Apart from Miao Qingshang, there's no other person who can attract such a powerful lightning tribulation. Even the 9 serenities and 14 masters would not be able to do it. Far from it. Miao Qingsheng, the ancestor of the Misty Mansion, it's him? Mei Shuiyin exclaimed in shock as she covered her mouth with her hands. Miao shot over and asked loudly, Emosia, what did you say? Although Miao was a direct descendant of the Miao family, she was still a junior. Furthermore, she was a woman. Thus, she had never heard of the existence of her family's ancestor, Miao Qingsheng. Now that she heard Jun Moxie say that the first-generation ancestor of her family was still alive, she could not help but feel an indescribable sense of excitement in her heart. It's him. It can only be him. Other than him, there's no one else who can cause such a huge commotion. Jun Moxie stared at the lightning in the sky. In his eyes, there was not the slightest bit of fear. There was only endless fervor. Only by experiencing the baptism of such a heaven-shaking might would one not have come to this world in vain. One day, I will also reach this level, I will also experience it, and I will also surpass it. I will make this vast starry sky, this vast earth, this boundless heaven and earth, tremble beneath my feet. As another wave of lightning descended, Jun Moxie's sensitive senses sensed that the heaven and earth were shaking violently, as though trillions of nuclear bombs were about to explode at the same time. Not good. Jun Moxie roared in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, Qiao Ying, Mei Shuan, and Miao were all placed into the Hongjun Pagoda. Then, without a moment's delay, he immediately dove into the Hongjun Pagoda. Just as he dove into the Hongjun Pagoda, the entire heaven and earth suddenly exploded. It was a sudden explosion. The entire heaven and earth had exploded. This explosion was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The grassland 3,000 li to the north of Tianxiang had completely disappeared after this explosion. Where the grassland had originally been, there was now a huge lake of rippling light, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. On the Xianxian continent, there were a total of 6 uninhabited places, all turned into bottomless lakes. Fortunately, when a Misty Mansion had built the passageway between the two realms, they had chosen a secluded place that was completely uninhabited. But what had disappeared was not only this 3,000 li wide grassland, but also the other 5 locations. Or rather, those 6 locations were not even worth mentioning when compared to a certain colossus. Because the Misty Mansion had collapsed. The space where the Misty Mansion had been had completely collapsed with that explosion. From then on, there would no longer be a Misty Mansion in this world. This sudden explosion, along with the tens of millions of people that had lived in the Misty Mansion for tens of thousands of years, all turned into green smoke. But the lightning tribulation in the skies did not stop with the collapse of the Misty Mansion. It still continued, and it might seem to grow stronger and stronger. Something strange had happened not far from this newly emerged lake in the northern part of Tianxiang. 2 figures appeared at the same time, accompanied by mournful cries. Both of them had looks of agony and pain on their faces. These two were Miao Qingcheng and Zhang Kuang, master and disciple. Miao Qingcheng's green robes fluttered in the wind, and with a wave of his sleeves, tens of figures appeared. With a wave of Miao Qingcheng's hand, these people were immediately pushed several hundred kilometers away, tumbling through the air as they landed on the surface of the lake that had appeared out of nowhere. Everyone leave quickly. Retreat at full speed. Preserve the last bit of vitality of the Misty Mansion. Miao Qingcheng roared. Purple lightning streaked across the sky above his head. The heavenly tribulation had arrived once again. This time, it had appeared in the real world. Just as Jun Moxie had expected, the only person who could attract such a ferocious lightning tribulation was Miao Qingcheng. Miao Qingcheng roared, and his entire body swelled up, becoming several tens of zhang tall. With a loud roar, he punched out with his fist. Facing that bolt of lightning, Miao Qingcheng did not move at all. With a loud explosion, Miao Qingcheng stood unmoving in the face of the lightning tribulation. As for the hundreds of bolts of lightning, they were smashed back into the clouds with crackling sounds. With the strength of a single person, he had forced the lightning tribulation to retreat. Such might was definitely world-shattering. Miao Qingcheng was clearly enraged to the extreme. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this youngest disciple of his would actually be so deranged. To think that he would not hesitate to seal the passageway to the outside of the Misty Mansion as a condition to slaughter the other 7 great clans. Seeing the other 7 great clans being slaughtered, Miao Qingcheng finally could not endure it any longer and came out of seclusion, intending to exterminate this fiend and quell the chaos. In Miao Qingcheng's mind, with his world-shattering cultivation, even if Zhang Kuang's strength was extraordinary, he would not be a match for him. As long as he could exterminate this fiend in a short period of time, the chaos would naturally calm down. Even if there was a certain amount of lightning tribulation, it would not cause too great of a loss. Chapter 12:51. Under such a terrifying lightning tribulation, the entire Misty Mansion finally crumbled, and millions of lives turned into ghosts. Of the original 8 great clans, none of them were able to escape the tragic fate of being annihilated. The entire Misty Mansion only had a small group of people left, and there were less than 30 people that Miao Qingcheng had swept out with his sleeves at the last moment. That was the most dangerous moment of the battle, and Miao Qingcheng did not even have the time to look at the people he had swept out with his sleeves. Zhang Kuang, you deserve to die. Miao Qingcheng ignored the lightning tribulation above his head and roared. This roar actually completely overwhelmed the rumbling thunder of the thunder tribulation in the sky in that instant. It reverberated throughout the entire continent. Zhang Kuang floated lightly in front of him. After absorbing so much blood and flesh, he had already regained the peak strength of his previous life, and even regained his original appearance. In truth, from the moment he entered the Misty Mansion to the moment Miao Qingcheng was forced to come out to punish him, Zhang Kuang's strength had already been crushed hundreds of times by Miao Qingcheng. His strength was not even comparable to a single finger of Miao Qingcheng's. But no matter how powerful Miao Qingcheng was, he was still unable to kill him. The 9 illusory quicksand was truly an unparalleled divine treasure. Perhaps being unkillable and indestructible was the true meaning of being unrivaled under the heavens. Master, this is the last time I, Zhang Kuang, will call you master. There was still an unconcealable fear in Zhang Kuang's eyes, but his expression had already calmed down. Slowly, it turned into madness. It was a madness that bordered on hysteria. He roared, "You helped Zhang Kuang back then, and you're my master. But now, you've personally destroyed my Zhang clan. You're the nemesis of my Zhang family." Zhang Kuang howled at the sky. Those were my 8,000 years of descendants. 8,000 years of foundation. Miao Qingcheng was enraged. and his eyes turned red. If not for you, beast, running amok, how could the Misty Mansion have been destroyed? The destruction of the Misty Mansion. Could it be that only the Zhang family was destroyed? Zhang Kuang, your thoughts are so narrow-minded, malicious, and deranged. Today, I, Miao, will definitely clean up my sect. How can I allow you to escape? Zhang Kuang threw his head back and laughed. Am I the one who destroyed the Misty Mansion? If you hadn't shown yourself, the lightning tribulation wouldn't have come. If you hadn't shown yourself, the Misty Mansion would have been dominated by the Zhang family and the other 7 families. However, the Misty Mansion would still be the Misty Mansion. Why would it be destroyed today? Miao Qingsheng, your strength is truly world-shaking and unparalleled under the heavens. This disciple knows that it's impossible for me to catch up to you. However, I already have the 9 illusory, quicksand body and am undying and indestructible. Do you think you can kill me? The heavenly thunder tribulation is coming because of you, but I don't know if you can endure it forever. He didn't call him master anymore, but called him by his name. Miao Qingsheng was enraged. But facing this unkillable monster, no matter how strong he was still helpless. He wanted to clean up the sect, but he was powerless. The purple tribulation, lightning in the sky, had already been brewing for a long time. All of a sudden, a deafening boom rang out, and over 10,000 bolts of purple lightning struck down at the same time. The lightning tribulation was finally about to unleash its might. Miao Qingsheng's heart turned cold. Could it be that this lightning tribulation really had no end? Not only was it going to destroy the Misty Mansion, it was going to destroy the entire continent as well. Could it be that only with my death will the lightning tribulation dissipate? But if I die as well, who will be able to stop this beast? Just as Miao Qingsheng was hesitating, unable to make up his mind, a white silhouette appeared in the air, floating up to meet the 10,000 bolts of purple tribulation lightning head-on. This person was none other than Jun Moxie. Miao Qingsheng cried out in shock. Careful, don't touch. But before he could finish his words, Jun Moxie had already met the lightning tribulation head-on. Miao Qingsheng closed his eyes, thinking that this mysterious youth was finally doomed. This was a lightning tribulation that even he had to use all his strength to defend against. Who else in this world could resolve it? However, she didn't hear the rumbling of thunder that she had expected for a long time. So, she opened her eyes in astonishment and saw that the tribulation clouds in the sky had once again sent out tens of thousands of bolts of purple tribulation lightning. And they were crazily attacking the white-clothed Jun Moxie, who was blocking her head. What's going on? Could it be that the 10,000 bolts of tribulation lightning did not injure him? How is this possible? Under Miao Qingsheng's shocked gaze, Jun Moxie roared loudly and waved his hands. In an instant, the countless bolts of tribulation lightning in the sky disappeared without a trace. At this time, Jun Moxie was focusing all his attention on the Hongjun Pagoda, absorbing the energy of the tribulation lightning in the sky. The amount of energy from the lightning tribulation this time was unimaginably strong. If one really had to compare it, it was at least 1,000 times more than the previous times. Perhaps even more. Furthermore, more bolts of lightning were still falling from the sky. Under such heavenly might, although Zhang Kuang had an indestructible body, he did not dare to make any rash movements. If he moved, the lightning tribulation would change its target and land on him instead. That would truly be an injustice. After a long, long time, this heavenly tribulation finally came to an end. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace in an instant, and the sky was already bright. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that the lightning energy in the Hongjun Pagoda was already close to saturation. Miao Qingsheng's heavenly tribulation was truly powerful. To think that even the Hongjun Pagoda would be saturated, the Hongjun Pagoda that had never failed to absorb heaven and earthling qi was actually saturated. It was the first time it was saturated. Luckily, the lightning tribulation had already ended. Otherwise, even Jun Daxiao would not be able to withstand it anymore. Old Meow, what's going on? What's the current situation of the Misty Mansion? June Moxie floated down. This matter, AI, it's a long story. That traitorous disciple of mine betrayed me because of the treasures, and I was forced to take action to punish him. Who would have thought that the huge Misty Mansion is already finished? Miao Ching's expression was calm, but there was boundless sorrow in his eyes. He was already a peak existence that had surpassed the realm of sages. But in the face of such a huge change, he still could not control his emotions. The Misty Mansion was suddenly destroyed. Miao Qingcheng felt that his connection with the Nine Nether First Young Master and his three senior brothers had been completely severed. The pillar of Heaven's mountains had collapsed, and the three holy lands that had existed for tens of thousands of years had been turned into nothingness. Now, the Misty Mansion had also disappeared. In this world, there was no longer a single trace of the Nine Nether First Young Master's existence. Could it be that everything had ended just like that? And as it turned out, after Zhang Kuang had killed and devoured a large amount of flesh and blood, the first thing he did after recovering his strength was to forcefully tear through space and return to the Misty Mansion. Then, in an extremely short period of time, he made use of the 9 illusory quicksand's miraculous properties to seal off all the doors to the Misty Mansion. When all the preparations were completed, he made his grand entrance. The Zhan family was instantly in an uproar. The appearance of the ancestor, the return of the king, and in such a domineering and shocking manner. What kind of glorious event was this? After the Zhan family celebrated for a day and a night, Zhan Kuang had clearly jumped out. For some reason, ever since he'd swallowed the 9 illusory quicksand and obtained an undying body, Zhan Kuang's personality had become more and more irritable. This time, he actually dared to openly declare to the 7 great families of the Misty Mansion, "In the world of the Misty Mansion, I am supreme. Those who obey me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall perish." It was obvious that he wanted to use thunderous methods to purge the entire Misty Mansion, allowing the Zhan family to dominate the situation. Zhan Kuang's domineering return had caused the 7 great families to panic, but they were not that easily frightened. After a moment of panic, they quickly stabilized their footing. Facing Zhan Kuang's domineering arrogance, the 7 great families actually stood together, choosing to resist him together. Because everyone knew that if they allowed the Zhan family to take control of the Misty Mansion, the glorious days of the past would disappear without a trace. Just looking at the faces of Zhan Kuang and the Zhan family today, it was clear. As for the bleakness of the future, it was not hard to imagine it at all. Zhan Kuang was enraged, and he immediately used extreme methods. In front of the eyes of everyone, he killed 17 Saint Venerables from the 7 great families and turned their bodies into food, devoured in front of everyone. This caused the anger of the masses to rise even more. Everyone had a common enemy, and they would rather die than submit. One after another, several hundred experts of the Holy Emperor level and above died in Zhan Kuang's hands. The Misty Mansion Manor Lord, Miao Jingyun, was forced into a corner. He no longer cared about the teachings of his ancestors and hurried to the secret chamber to report to Miao Qingcheng. But along the way, Zhan Kuang did not let them off. In order to protect Miao Jingyun, Miao Dao and Miao Jian also died tragically in Zhan Kuang's hands. Miao Jingyun barely made it to the secret chamber, and when he reported the matter, Miao Qingcheng flew into a rage. Knowing that the situation was grave, he no longer cared about the threat of the heavenly tribulation and rushed out, intending to kill Zhan Kuang and quell the chaos. The moment Miao Qingcheng came out, Zhan Kuang was completely dumbfounded. The reason why he dared to be so brazen and unbridled was because of his strength. Right now, no one in the Misty Mansion could match him. He would never have imagined that his master would still be alive and well. Miao Qingcheng was his master. As his disciple, how could Zhan Kuang not know how powerful Miao Qingcheng was? So the moment Miao Qingcheng came out, Zhan Kuang immediately became obedient. In other words, he was numb. But following Miao Qingcheng's footsteps, the heavenly tribulation also descended. This gave Zhang Kuang a glimmer of hope. His tens of thousands of years of experience allowed him to understand the severity of the situation. So it turned out that this old, undying fellow had been hiding all these years, not daring to come out because he was afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Kuang felt that he had seen through Miao Qingcheng's weakness, and he grew arrogant again. However, he had underestimated Miao Qingcheng too much. Miao Qingcheng struck out in anger, and with just a single strike, he turned Zhang Kuang into a cloud of mist. After that, he went to deal with the heavenly tribulation, waiting for it to pass before disappearing again. But after the first wave of heavenly tribulation passed, he discovered that Zhang Kuang had reappeared completely unscathed. Miao Qingcheng dealt with the heavenly tribulation while chasing after Zhang Kuang relentlessly. In total, he had destroyed Zhang Kuang 260 times. But Zhang Kuang was still alive and kicking. Such a strange situation was something that even Miao Qingcheng could not understand. When did this shameless disciple of his cultivate such an undying and indestructible body? Under the continuous tug of war, the heavenly tribulation also grew stronger and stronger. Finally, it reached a terrifying level. Even a misty mansion was unable to withstand it. Finally, under a single strike, the entire misty mansion collapsed, recommending a book. If I am not arrogant, how can I surpass reincarnation? If I am not arrogant, how can I shatter the void? Great Berserk Devil, book number 205-2777. Feng Ling's Good Friends book, tyrannical and domineering. Hot-blooded Xuanhuan, a must-read. Chapter 1252. In truth, if not for Jun Moxie resolving this tribulation for Miao Qingcheng, the next one to suffer this terrifying lightning tribulation would have been the Xian continent. As long as Miao Qingcheng did not die, the lightning tribulation would not end, and the Xian continent would definitely follow in the footsteps of the Misty Mansion. The Misty Mansion had collapsed, and the legacy of 10,000 years had been severed. Miao Qingcheng was filled with grief and indignation, but Zhang Kuang was not feeling good either. His life's dream was to protect the Zhan family, to let the Zhan family become the head of the Misty Mansion, and to become the #1 family in the Misty Mansion. This time, he jumped out with full confidence, but he directly sent his descendants to their graves. And because of him, the entire Misty Mansion had been destroyed. The sorrow in Zhang Kuang's heart was also indescribable. Thus, both master and disciple's eyes were red. The master and disciple duo from 10,000 years ago had now become sworn enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. Miao Qingcheng's cultivation far surpassed Zhang Kuang's, and he did not care about his battle of attrition at all. But Zhang Kuang had an undying body, so he was even more fearless. That's right, I'm not strong enough for you to beat me, but no matter how you beat me, you won't be able to kill me. I won't tire you to death in a day. I won't tire you to death in 3 days. I don't believe that I won't tire you to death in 3, or even 3,000 years. Neither of them was willing to retreat and run anymore. They were going to settle this grudge here and now. At this time, Jun Moxie finally understood the whole story. An indescribable rage rose in his heart. Thinking back to when he'd used Chao Guofeng and the rest to enter the misty illusory manor, those people had cared for him the entire time, truly treating him like a descendant of the younger generation. It could be said that they were meticulous, even willing to sacrifice their own lives to ensure his safety. Every time Jun Moxie thought of this, he would feel a sense of guilt. He'd originally planned to tell them everything when he arrived at the Misty Mansion, then lead Chao Guofeng and the rest back to the evil monarch manor to live out their remaining years. However, they did not expect that they would be killed in the explosion. Saying that their lives were uncertain was already the best way to put it. Even Saint Venerables and Saint Monarchs couldn't escape from such a huge explosion. With the strength of Chao Guofeng and the others, how could they survive? The 20-odd people that Miao Qingcheng had brought out from the Misty Mansion did not listen to his order to retreat. Instead, all of them had looks of grief and indignation on their faces as they rushed over. Their home had been destroyed, and all their loved ones had died a violent death. They were left alone. Even if they lived, what was the point? They no longer had anything to pursue in life. If they could perish together with the culprit before them, that would be their only wish now. June Moxie glanced around and felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that there are only these few people left in the huge, misty mansion? Miao Ching-chung let out a long sigh, and a sad look appeared on his face. June Moxie's heart felt like it had fallen into an icy abyss. The people he wanted to see, or rather, the people he cared about, was only Miao Jingyun, not to mention Chao Guofeng and the others. Even Miao, Xiao Miao's parents, and other close relatives were not among them. This news, not to mention Miao Xiao Miao, it was a huge blow to June Moxie himself. June Moxie would never think of himself as a good person. He would only care about his close friends and family. But today, the Misty Mansion had collapsed, and the people June Moxie cared about were not among the survivors. Raising his head and looking at Zhang Kuang, June Mo spat out word by word. Zhang Kuang, you're a lowly bastard who deserves to die 1,000 times. You deranged bastard. There were millions of lives in the Misty Mansion, and they were all buried with a single thought from you. You bastard. You still have the face to remain in this world. Hey, can this old man be blamed for this? Wasn't it all because that old fogey Miao Ching-chung didn't know what was good for him and stood out to oppose me? And the main culprit behind the collapse of the Misty Mansion was that old fogey Miao's lightning tribulation. How can my Zhan family be an exception to the calamity of the Misty Mansion? Do you think this old man is not sad? Zhang Kuang roared crazily. What the hell does your Zhan family count for? In his rage, June Moxie began to curse crazily. But luckily, he was still clear-headed. When he discovered the situation, he immediately sealed the Hongjun Pagoda. Right now, Miao Xiao Miao and the rest still did not know what had happened outside. If Miao Xiao Miao knew that her entire family had been annihilated in an instant, with Miao Xiao Miao's personality, she would most likely break down immediately. Even if June Moxie consoled her by the side, it would not be of much use. From a little princess who was surrounded by the stars, to a fatherless orphan, such a difference was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. With a loud roar, the remaining 28 experts, including 3 Saint Monarchs, as well as 25 Saint Venerables, charged towards Zhang Kuang crazily. They didn't even care about Miao Ching-chung's warning. Their hearts had already been destroyed along with that explosion. However, their souls were still burning. Other than death, other than using all their strength, they had no other wishes. June Moxie was just about to charge over when he was held back by Miao Ching-chung. June Moxie looked questioningly at Miao Ching-chung. Miao Ching-chung shook his head sorrowfully. Their hearts have already been extinguished, and they no longer have any will to live. All that's left is a boundless death aura. There's no longer any meaning for these people to live. They're afraid that we'll stop them, so when they charged over, they've already severed their own lives. They only wish to fight with their lives, to drag that bastard to the Yellow Springs with them. June Moxie's body trembled, and he froze on the spot. Since things have already come to this, let them go. This can be considered as fulfilling their last wish. Miao Ching-chung raised his head to the sky and sighed, tears rolling down his face. Perhaps this kind of death is what they want the most. Although they can't kill their enemies with their own hands, they've still used all their strength. June Moxie stood there like a wooden chicken. Looking at the figures disintegrating under Zhang Kuang's hands, he only felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. With a loud explosion, Zhang Kuang's body dissipated into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, Miao Jingyun was also sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body turned into a bloody mess in midair. June Moxie's eyes were bloodshot as he howled madly. Extreme anger rushed into June Mo Xie's mind in an instant. This sudden and unforeseen event caused his body to become completely motionless for a moment. An indescribably powerful rage rushed into his mind like a tidal wave. Following that, the entire Hongjun pagoda shook violently, and the door hidden in the void suddenly opened. Suddenly, a five-colored mystical light appeared out of nowhere and rushed out of the Hongjun pagoda space without warning and descended into the real world. Then it continued to soar upwards, and the entire rainbow shadow became thicker and thicker until it was even bigger than a mountain range. Miao Qingsheng and Zhang Kuang were unable to suppress their rage, and there was no room for them to fight again. But then they discovered the strange change in this place. As the first and second most experienced people in this world, they both sensed the unusualness of this sudden change, and their expressions changed at the same time. The clear and bright sky that had been restored because of the end of the lightning tribulation had suddenly become as dark as ink. The darkness of the night broke the laws of nature, descending suddenly. No, this was a moment darker than the night itself. But this extreme darkness only lasted for an instant. In the next instant, all the stars appeared, filling the sky with starlight. In the next moment, the dazzling starlight that filled the sky suddenly turned into streams of sparkling and resplendent torrents. From the distant horizon, they fiercely cut open the boundless space, forming tens of millions of light rainbows falling down. And the target of their descent was coincidentally Jun Moxie's body, which had already fallen into a state of chaos. He was also the culprit and the source of this miraculous change. Miao Qingsheng and Zhang Kuang stared dumbfoundedly at the countless streaks of starlight, each filled with a boundless amount of energy, entering Jun Moxie's body in an exaggerated manner, disappearing without a trace. Such a bizarre scene continued to unfold. Heavens, what did I just see? Such a powerful astral energy was continuously injected into a person's body. Yet that person didn't instantly explode and die. How is this possible? Can I withstand such a terrifying amount of energy? It's not that the chances aren't high. It's that there's no chance at all. But that person is still able to endure it all the way. How strong must that person be? How perfect must his body be? Jun Mo Xie, who had almost been overwhelmed by anger, suddenly felt that his anger was like a spark that would set the prairie ablaze. Jun Mo Xie's heart was full of unwillingness, intense grief, and indignation. It turned into a surging tide, and an incomparably powerful force rushed into the Hongjun Pagoda. With a loud bang, the first layer of the Hongjun Pagoda suddenly lit up. Then, the second layer turned completely black. This was the result of the flame of primal chaos burning to its limit. The third and fourth layers also lit up one after another. In a moment, it was as if a multicolored glow had illuminated the world. At this time, within the Hongjun Pagoda, Mei Shuyan and the other two were completely dumbfounded. Xiao Ying, who had been standing by the side of the exquisite lotus pond, also turned her head in shock at this unprecedented change. And Xiao Miao's little mouth was wide open as she looked at this strange scene. The only one who was slightly better off was the great beauty Mei Shuyan. She was the only one who knew that young Master Jun had this mystical space and had even cultivated here before. She had long experienced the mysteries of this place, but even so, she was still incomparably shocked. The colorful lights of the four levels of the Hongjun Pagoda blended with each other, and finally converged into a colorful airflow that emitted specks of starlight. It rushed all the way up to the fifth level. In the fifth level, the primordial purple chi immediately shone brightly and flickered. That was the primordial purple chi completely moving, but its momentum did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, it continued to rush upwards. Immediately after, the sixth level's basic origin energy, the power of wind and cloud, flew out in an earth-shattering manner. Strong gales mixed with the cloud chi, surging up to the seventh level of the Hongjun Pagoda like a vanguard, bringing with it a colorful and resplendent chi flow. Chapter 1253. At this point, the originally unstoppable momentum finally showed signs of slowing down. The astonishing power derived from June Moxie's surging anger was also gradually being exhausted. But at this moment, countless rays of sparkling and resplendent energy with a hint of purple light suddenly appeared. It was unknown where this energy came from, but it rushed into the Hongjun Pagoda world and entered the 7th level. It even fused perfectly with the airflow from the first 6 levels and rushed into the 7th level together with the Hongjun Pagoda. In another instant, the entire Hongjun Pagoda shook violently. The boundless power of thunder and lightning within the 7th level exploded with this tremor, transforming the resistance into a powerful driving force. Mixed with the ferocious power gathered from the 1st level, as well as all the power gathered from the 7th level of the Hongjun Pagoda, it charged majestically towards the 8th level. Extreme impact, breaking through the barrier. Under the support of this unprecedentedly huge external energy, the barrier of the 8th level loosened. In the next moment, a dazzling ray of light shot out from the 8th level. Mei Shuyan and the other two only felt a loud bang in their minds, as if there was a tsunami in the depths of their hearts. With a groan, they fainted one after another. Even Mei Shuyan, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the half-saint level, was no exception. The entire space of the Hongjun Pagoda also became strangely silent at this moment. In Junmo Xiez Dantian, the small world that had already taken shape due to the art of unlocking heaven's fortune suddenly shook violently. The gloomy colors in the air suddenly changed. It seemed as if they were surging and restless with a loud bang. The power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder suddenly rushed in. Then it rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. A muffled sound rang out, and the entire small world suddenly expanded by 1,000,000 times in that instant, and it was still expanding without pause. In the sky, the violent wind was whistling. The white clouds in the sky were turbulent and drifting. Bright starlight suddenly rushed in and then disappeared, scattering into colorful spots of light. The next moment, in the distant horizon, countless twinkling stars suddenly appeared. They constantly arranged and combined into different shapes, and then disappeared without a trace. Because a red sun was hanging high in the sky. The rising sun was high in the sky, and the sun was about to rise. The stars naturally had to retreat. On the ground, one mountain range after another rose from the ground, and mountains and rivers appeared one after another. The entire sky darkened once more. Everything in the world and the myriad phenomena of the universe flashed, transformed, and transformed. Finally, a gigantic June Moxie appeared. His head was the blue sky, and his feet were on the ground. His body was tens of thousands of zhang tall. He suddenly raised his hand and pushed the blue sky higher. It was pushed into an even more vast and empty, unknown space. Then this small world became as peaceful as an ordinary world. The sky was clear and blue, the land was broad, the mountains stood tall, and the rivers gurgled. This was obviously a completely perfected world, other than the fact that there were no flowers, plants, birds, beasts, humans, and so on. This place was no different from any other continent that was suitable for human habitation. At the same time, Junimo Xie also felt this strange change. The moment he broke through the bottleneck of the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, in that moment of absent-mindedness, Junimo Xie suddenly had a strange feeling. All the strength in his body seemed to no longer belong to him in that instant. But at the same time, he could clearly feel that all the forces in this world were listening to his commands unconditionally. The surging power that filled his body rushed into the small world in his dantian. In the blink of an eye, it quickly returned to his body like a tide, mixed with the majestic and indescribable power of heaven and earth. In the face of such a powerful force, Junimo Xie felt that his half-sage cultivation was like a drop of water in the ocean compared to it. Jun Moxie originally thought that he would not be able to withstand such a powerful power. Although it was funny to say that his body would explode from his own power, it might happen to him in the next moment. But for some unknown reason, his meridians actually turned into an omnipotent, bottomless abyss, calmly absorbing and dissolving this indescribable power. During the whole process, there was not the slightest bit of discomfort. Moreover, Jun Moxie faintly felt that his meridians were not even saturated and were still far from the so-called limit. It seemed that even if there were 1,000 times more of this power, he would still be able to absorb it without the slightest bit of difficulty. This was an unimaginable feeling, but Jun Dashao still believed in his own feelings. Jun Moxie's heart moved, and he inexplicably realized something. This power was originally obtained from cultivating the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. When he cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi he obtained from each level was tens of millions of times more than what he obtained. And the Hongjun Pagoda only left him with the basic power to protect his life. The rest of the power had all been extracted. After cultivating step by step to the 8th level, the accumulated power had undoubtedly accumulated to a terrifying realm that no one could imagine. And the Hongjun Pagoda was obviously waiting for such a crucial moment. At this moment, in the instant of breaking through, the heaven and earth creation was completed in the 8th level, and the structure of the universe was perfected. The next moment, Jun Moxie felt himself walking step by step in the starry sky. In front of him, the Hongjun Pagoda shone brightly, quietly waiting for Jun Moxie's arrival. Jun Moxie walked into the first level of the Hongjun Pagoda and slowly walked up step by step. The 2nd level, the 3rd level, the 7th level. In the middle of the 7th level, tens of thousands of rays of light suddenly appeared. The rays of light quickly condensed into a solid substance, turning into a magnificent staircase, extending to the feet of Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was surprised that he did not feel surprised, and just calmly walked up step by step. 1 step, 2 steps. After 8 steps, Jun Moxie stood in front of a door. In fact, there was no so-called door in front of him, but Jun Moxie felt that there were 2 doors in front of him, and they were slowly opening. The 2 doors of nothingness finally opened to the extreme. Jun Moxie raised his head and looked inside. At a glance, it seemed to be empty inside, with nothing at all. But Jun Moxie already felt that he knew something, and he calmly walked in. He walked to the center and slowly stood still. On the walls of the pagoda, in all directions, countless images suddenly appeared. If there was another person here, he would definitely feel very strange, because there was nothing and there were no images. There was only an abnormal empty space. But Jun Moxie knew that there was, because he could clearly see that everything was not an illusion. Those countless strange and dazzling images seemed to be the struggle of a person from childhood to adulthood. And all the living beings looked strange and grotesque, at least not in the normal sense of humans. Jun Moxie did not know what kind of living beings these were, nor did he know what kind of race they belonged to. But the moment these images appeared, he knew that this person was undoubtedly the first owner of the Hongjun Pagoda. He had created the first heaven and earth for the first time in history. When Jun Mo Xie finished looking at the last image, the images disappeared, and another image appeared. It was a long corridor. This should be the journey of the second owner of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie said quietly. So that's how it is. So the so-called heaven and earth is not only one. The so-called universe is also not the only existence. Jun Moxie thought silently. The heaven and earth that we think of is just a game. When it came to the fifth owner of the Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie finally saw a normal human being. This person was wearing a wide robe and had a handsome face. His life experience was even more exciting. In the end, this person also created his own heaven and earth, the universe. The last image was of this young man standing in the sky, looking down at the heaven and earth that he had created. He said, "My name is Xian, and my life experience is mysterious. This world, Let's call it Xian Xian world. June Moxie could clearly see that in this Xian Xian world, one of the planets was exactly the same as the Xian Xian continent that he was currently in. So this Xian Xian continent is actually just a part of that Xian Xian world. June Moxie smiled freely. So, I'm actually just living in a world created by someone else. Just as he finished lamenting, the image changed again. Another strange-looking human appeared. The sixth owner of the Hongjun Pagoda appeared. All the way until the 8th generation, June Moxie finally saw a familiar scene. A tall and sturdy man similarly creating a world. After he completed his creation, June Moxie's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. The Yangtze River, the Yellow River. Those were imprints that had long been imprinted in the depths of his soul. This giant's name was Pangu. After witnessing Pangu's journey, it was now June Moxie's turn. Seeing his previous self turn into a spirit and fly through thousands of time and space, arriving at this Xian Xian continent, June Moxie was filled with emotions. To think that he had actually come so far, June Moxie, the 9th owner of the Hongjun Pagoda? But why'd he still not see Hongjun? The first owner didn't seem to be Hongjun, right? Just as the question arose in June Moxie's heart, he immediately received an answer. This answer automatically appeared in his heart. Although Hongjun had also obtained this pagoda, when he obtained it, he had already achieved great Tao, so he did not cultivate the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. The original name of the Hongjun Pagoda was Heaven Splitting Pagoda, until Hongjun obtained it, and he did not cultivate the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. After imprinting his divine sense, it finally became the Hongjun Pagoda. After that, it was the glorious journey of June Moxie's life. Watching every part of his own growth as an outsider, June Moxie could not help but reveal a trace of a knowing smile on his face. Until the end, when a misty mansion collapsed, and he appeared in this pagoda, the image stopped here. Chapter 1255. Only then did June Moxie realize that he had been here for an unknown period of time, and he had actually kept his eyes closed the entire time. Even with his eyes closed, he had seen so many things. June Moxie smiled bitterly. But when he opened his eyes to observe his surroundings, he was shocked. Around him, there were actually 8 shadow-like figures standing quietly. June Moxie fixed his eyes on them and could not help but be shocked. The 8 people in front of him were actually the previous 8 generations of the Hongjun Pagoda's owners. Congratulations, junior brother, for successfully creating the world. The 8 of them spoke together in different languages, some of which June Moxie had never heard before, but he could completely understand them. Junior brother, are you calling me? June Moxie asked in bewilderment. Since there are senior and junior brothers, then who is master? Junior brother, you will know who master is later. The 8 of them smiled kindly at the same time and said, little junior brother only took less than 2 years to successfully split the heavens and split the earth, and even cultivated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to the 8th level. With such a rapid progress, we are truly left in the dust. Junior brother, you are talented and blessed. In the future, your achievements will definitely far exceed us, and you're the best candidate to become master's successor. I will congratulate you in advance. Although there was no lack of praise in these words, what they said was also the truth. June Moxie recalled that although the 8 people in front of him had also successfully created the world, the time they took was indeed a little longer. Among them, the person who took the longest actually took more than 10,000 years. The person who took the shortest time also took 99 years, almost 100 years. He had used less than 2 years to reach the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. Although there was still a long way to go before he could truly split open the heavens and earth, he was undoubtedly the fastest person in history to complete the task of splitting open the heavens and earth. June Moxie did not stand on ceremony and nodded lightly. I just had a little bit of luck. I hope that senior brothers can help me. The 8 of them laughed heartily. This brat in front of them was indeed arrogant enough. In front of them, he still had such a personality. However, All the people in their sect were like this. As people with great divine abilities and great abilities, they really had to have a bit of personality. Jun Moxie already understood that these 8 people were only left behind a trace of spiritual projection. As for their real bodies, who knew how many space-times away they were in? Today's meeting ends here. May we meet again in the future. Little junior brother, please take care of yourself. One day, we will meet again in Master's towering heaven palace. The 8 of them bowed at the same time. Ling Tian Palace? What is that place? Jun Moxie was very puzzled. The other 8 burst out laughing and chanted at the same time, "My name is Ling Tian. My desire is to Ling Tian. My heart is Ling Tian. My determination is Ling Tian." With that, the 8 of them disappeared together. Jun Moxie was in a daze, completely unable to understand what these words meant. Jun Mo Xie's mind was filled with suspicions when he suddenly felt dizzy. Then, a paragraph of text appeared in Jun Mo Xie's mind. Those words were the chant for the 8th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. 9 by 9 return to 1. Wind and thunder combine forces. Qian Kun in the heart. Creation of heaven and earth. Yin Yang Marquee command. 6 Daos await creation. Merit is everlasting. I am heaven and earth. 9 transformations of the soul. Endless. Jun Moxie's mind was extremely sharp, and he instantly comprehended it. With a faint smile, he felt that heaven and earth, Qian Kun, the chaotic universe, everything was as simple as this. Just like that, he floated out. But he knew that he was no longer the same as before. Although the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had officially reached the 8th level, Jun Moxie did not obtain any form of energy. Because in this world, there was no longer any energy that was worthy of him. Right now, he could already command all the energy of heaven and earth. No matter what, there were no exceptions. Jun Moxie slowly opened his eyes. Miao Qingsheng and Zhang Kuang, who should have been right in front of him, had already disappeared. Jun Moxie smiled casually, not feeling the slightest bit anxious. With a casual sweep of his divine sense, the entire continent appeared in his mind. Zhang Kuang and Miao Qingsheng, these 2 peerless experts, were currently engaged in a fierce battle in the most desolate area of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Jun Moxie snorted coldly, and his body flickered slightly. In an instant, he had already traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving above the battlefield. By the time he arrived, Miao Qingsheng had already smashed Zhang Kuang into pieces with a single punch. In the time that Jun Moxie was in a meditative state, 3 years had already passed in this world. A whole 3 years. At the start, Miao Qingsheng was still guarding him. But when he saw that Qin Wentian did not move at all, and that his entire body was shrouded in a mysterious aura that even his divine sense could not penetrate, he knew that there was no one in this world who could harm him. Thus, he was completely at ease and focused on dealing with Zhang Kuang. In these 3 years, Zhang Kuang had been beaten up tens of thousands of times by Miao Qingsheng. The master and disciple had been fighting endlessly until now. In any case, the 2 of them were old monsters who did not sleep, rest, eat, or drink. Although Zhang Kuang had an undying and indestructible physique, he was still forced into a miserable state by Miao Qingsheng. Even if he was undying and indestructible, the feeling of being beaten up by others was not a good one. As for Miao Qingsheng, after resolving the crisis of the lightning tribulation, his strength had risen even further. But even he who had the upper hand was in a difficult situation right now. Facing a cockroach that couldn't be destroyed at all, it would be strange if he felt good. In addition to the depression of not being able to completely annihilate the cockroach, it was also because they did not dare to relax at all. That was because the moment he relaxed, Zhang Kuang would wantonly devour blood and flesh to increase his strength. If he could truly increase his strength to a certain level, coupled with his indestructible physique, the only one who would end up in a tragic state would be Miao Qingsheng. So how could Miao Qingsheng allow it? The master and disciple had been fighting for 3 years, and they had almost never stopped. The 2 of them, who were already prepared to fight a protracted battle, felt tired. Tired from the bottom of their hearts. In the first year, Zhang Kuang still had the intention of borrowing Miao Qingqing's strength to cultivate. But now, he didn't even have that intention anymore. Miao Qingqing was simply too strong to an inconceivable degree. Zhang Kuang asked himself that even if he could absorb all the living beings in the Xian continent, he might not be able to defeat his master. Right now, Zhang Kuang only had a single thought in his mind. He wanted to end this long and drawn-out battle as soon as possible. Whether he died or Miao Qingqing died, it was fine. But the problem was that the 9 illusory quicksand was a miraculous treasure. Even if Zhang Kuang wanted to commit suicide, he would not be able to do so. In this period of time, Zhang Kuang had tried to commit suicide more than once, but he would always reform himself. Even if he died, he would not die. So it turned out that having an indestructible physique could also be a very unfortunate thing. Miao Qingqing was depressed, and Zhang Kuang was even more miserable. Right at this time, Jun Moxie appeared. Jun Dashao had returned in a domineering manner. A ripple appeared in the air, and Jun Moxie appeared above the two of them. His eyes were motionless as he looked at Zhang Kuang. This was an opponent that had given him a huge headache before, but he suddenly felt that Zhang Kuang was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Jun Moxie, you've broken through? Miao Qingqing exclaimed in joy. That's right. Old Miao, you've worked hard these few days. Jun Moxie said lightly. Next, leave this trash to me. Miao Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. After a long time, he laughed bitterly. How many days? Ever since you entered that state, the two of us have been fighting nonstop for 3 years. 3 years. Jun Moxie jumped in shock. He had thought that only 3 days had passed at most. Who would have thought that 3 years had already passed? Wasn't this a little too fast? Jun Moxie, so what if it's 3 years? Zhang Kuang glared at Jun Moxie and laughed maniacally. Although your improvement is fast with your cultivation, not to mention 3 years, even if you had 300 years, you still wouldn't be my match. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. Jun Moxie laughed coldly as his body suddenly shot down from the clouds. Zhang Kuang only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and in the next moment, Jun Moxie's fist was already right in front of him. He hurriedly dodged, and with a pung sound, Jun Moxie's knee had landed heavily on his lower abdomen. Zhang Kuang roared in pain, and his body shot backwards like a shooting star. His upper body and legs were still leaning forward like a cannonball that had been fired. Jun Moxie chased after him like a shadow, and with a ferocious kick on his chin, Zhang Kuang's body suddenly somersaulted backwards in a somersault. Following that, Jun Moxie's torrential barrage of attacks landed on his body. Zhang Kuang struggled to dodge left and right, but no matter what, he could not catch up to the opponent's speed. He could protect his upper body, but he couldn't protect his lower body. In that moment, he was completely stunned. Why should I dodge? Why should I block? I have an undying body to begin with, so what if he's fast? With that thought in mind, he ignored Jun Moxie's attacks and counterattacked with all his might. Jun Moxie laughed ling-ling and suddenly slapped Zhang Kuang's face, causing half his head to turn into smoke. Do you think that I can't kill you now? I'm just asking for some interest. Do you think it's so easy to die? Jun Moxie kicked Zhang Kuang into the sky, and his body flew up as he roared. Zhang Kuang, today I'll let you know what it means to die for the first time in 1,000 years. Zhang Kuang's head that had turned into smoke returned to its original form. With a sinister smile, he said, Jun Moxie, as long as you have the ability, I don't mind having a taste of death. But if you can't kill me, then I'll let everyone in your evil monarch manor have a taste of death. Jun Moxie roared. You'll see it. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and the moment his hand reached out, it turned into a thick purple color. Halfway through, it had already turned into the color of a purple jade. By the time it reached Zhang Kuang's shoulder, it had already turned into a purple glow. With a flash of the purple glow, Zhang Kuang felt his soul tremble, and a sense of destruction suddenly surged into his mind. This thick purple glow seemed to be his natural nemesis. It made him want to escape uncontrollably, but it was too late. Chapter 12:56. Pooh! Zhang Kuang, who was several zhang away, let out a wretched cry. He felt as though his soul was being torn apart once more. That arm, under the might of the eighth layer of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, no longer turned into mist. Instead, it turned into a ball of sparkling sand, emitting a hazy glow. 9 illusory quicksand. Miao Qingcheng cried out involuntarily. Jun Moxie had actually managed to turn Zhang Kuang's 9 illusory quicksand body back into its original state. That's right, it's the 9 illusory quicksand. Jun Moxie slowly opened his palm and looked at the 9 illusory quicksand in his palm. He could feel the mysterious spatial energy and mysterious regenerative ability within it. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration in his heart. As expected of a treasure of the heavens and earth, Jun Moxie slowly raised his head and looked at Zhang Kuang with his sharp eyes. Zhang Kuang, the sins you've committed, today is the day you pay for them. His hand did not move, but the 9 illusory quicksand in his palm had mysteriously disappeared. Between his 2 fingers, there was a ball of grayish-black mist. The mist was struggling, as though it was trying its best to break free from Jun Moxie's grasp. However, Jun Moxie held it firmly, not allowing it to break free. Zhang Kuang's body began to tremble. It wasn't pain. Right now, Zhang Kuang's body could no longer feel pain. It was fear, a shiver from the depths of his soul. That ball of mist in Jun Moxie's hand was a part of Zhang Kuang's soul. Jun Moxie had shattered his arm and returned it to the 9 illusory quicksand. At the same time, he had also extracted the soul that was hidden in his arm. Every time he exerted some force, that ball of soul would spasm in pain, and Zhang Kuang's body would also tremble violently. Zhang Kuang roared, "Return it to me!" He suddenly charged over. Jun Moxie laughed coldly. "Return it to you?" He suddenly roared. "Those tens of millions of lives, who will return it to them?" His left hand suddenly stretched out, grabbing towards Zhang Kuang. His hand suddenly expanded in midair, becoming as big as a mountain. Zhang Kuang's body was the size of a mosquito when compared to his palm. Closing his fingers, Jun Moxie's expression was ice cold. The 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was activated. A mournful howl resounded through the 9 heavens. Miao Qingcheng watched from the side and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The god art that Jun Moxie displayed now was already beyond his imagination. He had fought against Zhang Kuang for 3 years, but the current Jun Moxie only needed one hand to defeat him in an instant. In a flash, a hazy radiance flickered in Jun Moxie's palm, and the 9 illusory quicksand fell into his palm. He then kept it into the Hongjun Pagoda. Only Zhang Kuang's soul remained in his palm. Not even a single soul fragment escaped. Jun Moxie held onto Zhang Kuang's soul with his right hand, and with a wave of his left, the flame of primal chaos appeared. Zhang Kuang, you no longer have an undying body. I wonder how many times your soul can withstand the flame of primal chaos? The moment the flame of primal chaos neared, Zhang Kuang's soul let out a mournful wail. The face formed from the smoke was filled with extreme fear. Miao Qingcheng couldn't bear to watch and turned his head away. Jun Moxie laughed cruelly as he burned Zhang Kuang's soul bit by bit. Zhang Kuang's soul finally turned into nothingness in his hands. Old Miao, where do you go? Jun Moxie asked Miao Qingcheng. Miao Qingcheng was stunned. Only now did he realize that although the world was vast, he had nowhere to go. He couldn't help but sigh. Where else can I go? The moment he said that, he felt as though the world was filled with loneliness, and his heart was at a loss. Why don't you follow me back to the evil monarch manor to stay temporarily? Jun Moxie asked. All right. Miao Qingcheng paused for a moment and agreed. The two of them flew towards the direction of the Tian Fa forest. Another year passed. Jun Moxie had reached the peak of the 8th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, and his heart was filled with enlightenment. It was also in this year that the troops that had gone out to subdue the outsiders returned. Thus, Jun Moxie decided to hold his wedding in the autumn of this year. 9 beauties Mei Shuiyan, Guanqing Han, Duga Xiaoi, Miao Xiao Miao, Xiao Ing Ke Erhan Yinming, Raimu, and Qian Sun would be held at the same time. The wedding of the evil monarch was undoubtedly the #1 grand occasion under the heavens. When the news spread out, the entire Xianxian continent was in an uproar. Countless guests came from all directions to gather in Tiannan. Evil Monarch Manor. Dongfang Wenxin's eyes were filled with tears as she happily bustled about. The entire Tian Fa forest also began to move. This is eldest sister's wedding day. We have so many brothers-in-law. We must not lose face. On the night of Jun Moxie's wedding, after everything was settled and the bride and groom were sent into the bridal chamber, the banquet of the evil Monarch Manor began. The entire Tiannan was filled with guests. The banquet of the evil Monarch Manor numbered over 100,000 tables. Practically all the chefs of the continent were gathered here, including the chefs of the various royal palaces of the continent and the chefs of the various great families. That night, Dongfang Wenxin sat in the room with a smile. There were dishes and wine in front of her. Opposite her was a portrait of Jun Wuhui. Green smoke curled up like a dream, like fog, like reality. Dongfang Wenxin looked at Jun Wuhui's portrait affectionately. It was a quiet night. It was as if this couple, one in the mortal world, one in the netherworld, were also raising their cups and drinking on this night, on the day of their son's wedding. Dongfang Wenxin could even see Jun Wuhui sitting opposite her, a look of gratification on his refined and determined face. He was looking at her with a blissful smile. He was talking to her in a low voice, laughing softly. Dongfang Wenxin smiled and happily served the dishes. She specially picked the dishes that her husband liked to eat, her expression gentle and gentle. She also poured cup after cup of wine. Meeting you, I have no regrets. Knowing you, I have no regrets. Falling in love with you, I have no regrets. Marrying you, I have no regrets. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Dongfang Wenxin smiled quietly, cried quietly, and sat quietly. This night was actually so warm. How good would it be if such a night existed forever? If there's a next life, if there's a next life. Wuhui, wait for me. There will definitely be a next life. On the morning of the wedding, Jun Moxie woke up from Mei Shuiyan's bed. He only felt refreshed, and his long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled last night. Just as he was about to stretch, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, because his art of unlocking heaven's fortune and Hongjun Pagoda had both changed. It seems like I've broken through. Jun Moxie was shocked, not caring about anything else. He flashed into the Hongjun Pagoda. That's right, he went all the way up to the 9th floor. There was no obstruction at all. The 9th floor did not have the enlightenment from before, nor did it have any mnemonic chants. There was only an empty pagoda room. With a thought, Jun Moxie looked inside himself and realized that the world in his Dantian had already been completely formed. The flowers and trees that were not there before were now all over the mountains and plains. Everywhere was filled with the aura of life. With a thought from Jun Moxie, countless people suddenly appeared in this world, one by one, from small to large, slowly growing up. Then he pointed to the forest, and countless birds and beasts suddenly appeared. Jun Moxie stared at it for a while, not understanding what was going on. Only when he saw the dense fog in the air did he understand. This was the chi of yin and yang. It was because of the harmony between heaven and earth last night that the yin and yang chi in Jun Moxie's body were completely balanced. Since the yin and yang were balanced, they naturally had the ability to create all living things. Jun Moxie chuckled and returned to the real world. Hugging Mei Shui Yan's jade-like body, his heart was suddenly filled with satisfaction. Mei Xuan snorted lazily and turned around, falling asleep again. Last night, it was really tough. Jun Moxie also did not expect that with Mei Xuyan's extremely sensitive body, her endurance was actually weaker than Duga Xiaoi and the rest. Last night, she had only begged for mercy, but in the end, she really could not even move a finger. Jun Dashao had once requested for Mei Shuiyin to return to her original form and rub her, but for fun. But Mei Shuiyin had rejected him harshly, and said that if she mentioned this again, she would not be allowed to go to bed with her for the rest of her life. Thus, the evil monarch helplessly rubbed his nose and signed this agreement. From the looks of it, this kind of phenomenon could only be imagined in his dreams in the future. In reality, it was impossible. Another year later, the good news of Guan Qing Han's pregnancy came out. Following that, as if Jun Dashao had suddenly displayed his prowess, Mei Shuin, Degu Xiaoi, and Miao, Xiao Miao also came out with good news. To the Jun family, which had so few people, this was a joyous occasion. Old Master Jun was so happy that he could not even close his mouth, laughing happily every day. Dongfang went Xin work day and night to make clothes for his grandchildren. By right, there were countless people in the evil monarch manor who could do this, but Dongfang went Xin insisted on doing it herself. 9 months later, the birth of a few little lives added to the evil monarch manor's joyous atmosphere. Another 3 months passed. One morning, Dongfang Wen Xion's room did not open for a long time. The maid hurriedly came to report to Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie sighed sadly. He had already mentally prepared himself for this matter, but when it really came, he still felt as if his heart and intestines were being torn apart. In the room, Dongfang Wen Xion hugged Jun Wu Hui's portrait tightly, lying peacefully on the bed. She was no longer breathing. She had severed her own meridians and passed away calmly. "Mother, you're really willing to part with me, ah?" Jun Moxie's tears fell like rain. He had long known that if his mother and father wanted to reunite in their next life, then Dongfang Wen Xion had to die. Otherwise, with the difference of one life, the two of them would never be able to meet again. Now, this day had finally arrived. Jun Moxie looked up at the sky and sighed. He carefully kept his mother's soul. Then, he instantly searched the entire continent, collecting all the places where Jun Wu Hui had fought. He also collected all his belongings. Then, he disappeared like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, he was already in the netherworld realm. Jun Wu Hui had already been dead for 15 years, and his soul was already incomplete. But to Jun Moxie, this was not a difficult matter. As long as the heroic spirit was still around, and the battle soul was not dead, even if the soul had already reincarnated, he could still think of a way. After many twists and turns, he finally found a remnant soul. Jun Moxie carefully took care of it. In the Hongjun Pagoda, he used the primal chaos purple chi to take care of it together with his mother's soul. Once the soul was completely healed, he would find a suitable time to let the two of them reincarnate. That way, although the memories of their previous lives would be erased, but the love between the two of them would move the heavens and earth, and there would be an inextinguishable connection between them. The 3 holy lands had already disappeared. The misty mansion had already turned into nothingness. Of the 5 great powers in the world, only the Tian Fa forest remained, and it had already belonged to the evil monarch manor. But the existence of the evil monarch manor had seriously affected the balance of the continent, because any one of them had the ability to influence the entire world. Such a superpower should not even exist in this world. Jun Moxie also understood what Guhan had said that day. One day, Tian Fa would change. Don't let a hero become a sinner, and he cannot stay here forever. On this day, after discussing with Mei Shuiyin and the rest, and asking for everyone's opinion, Jun Moxie moved the entire Tian Fa forest into the world he created. That world was much bigger than this world, and that world was still flourishing, and it needed a manager. The evil monarch manor's Heaven Destroyer, Spirit Eater, Solitary Eagle, and the rest also expressed their desire to go over to that world. Jun Moxie agreed to all of them. Only Jun Wui and his wife were unwilling to go over. Jun Wui felt that he had too many things to worry about in this world. All those charities were tied to his heart and emotions, and he really couldn't abandon them. Furthermore, the evil monarch manor also needed someone to watch over it. After a long silence, Jun Moxie finally agreed to the two's request. Anyway, with his abilities, Going back and forth between the two worlds was but a breath's time. There wasn't much of a difference. Besides, with Jun Wui's abilities, after Jun Moxie and the rest left, he was already the absolute peak in this world. There was no need to worry about any accidents happening. After making up his mind, Jun Moxie divided the manpower between the two sides and immediately began the Great Migration. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, Jun Moxie felt that his divine sense was becoming more and more complete, and his cultivation was also becoming more and more profound. Slowly, he actually broke through the 9 levels of the Hongjun Pagoda. Finally, one day, after Jun Moxie broke through again, the Hongjun Pagoda suddenly broke apart, scattering into a sky full of light and disappearing into the vast universe. Or perhaps, in some other place, it was quietly waiting for the fated person. And in the Hongjun Pagoda, those tens of thousands of years old spirit herbs and rare treasures also disappeared from this world that Jun Moxie had created, becoming the treasures that the future generations could only dream of. If the martial artists of the future generations could obtain even one of them, they would definitely become a peerless expert, creating a legend of a generation. The world needed legends. Jun Moxie firmly believed in this. Only those immortal legends would become the motivation for the younger generation to chase after their dreams. One day, a legend would become a myth, and from generation to generation, a new myth would be written. Jun Moxie had already transcended. On this day, he suddenly felt a surge of blood and brought his 9 wives to wander in the vast space. In a trance, he crossed countless planes, and in front of him was a verdant planet. Standing in the vast space, Jun Moxie's eyes shone with deep emotions. This was his hometown. The winding Great Wall, the magnificent Kunlun Mountains, the surging Yangtze River, the whistling Yellow River. Even if I become the supreme god of the universe, I am still Jun Moxie's hair fluttered in the wind, and he silently said, word by word, a Chinese. Goodbye, my hometown. Jun Moxie silently said in his heart. Waving his hand, he brought Mei Shuyan and the rest to continue their journey through time. After who knew how many years, Jun Moxie felt a little tired, and his wives also felt a little homesick, so they returned to the Xian continent to take a look. In just an instant, the few of them appeared on the streets of Tianxiang City. The current Tianxiang City, after the passage of time, was no longer what it used to be. Only the magnificent tomb of lovers still stood tall in the city. This had become a sacred place for lovers in the world. All men and women who had feelings would come to worship the tomb of lovers. In the hearts of the young boys and girls, they all felt that the person they loved was all they had, They would rather betray the heavens than their loved ones. How deep was this love? No matter if it was a man or a woman. Who wouldn't want such deep love? Jun Moxie strolled along the streets and arrived in front of the tomb of lovers. Looking at the words, I would rather betray the heavens than my loved ones, he felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. The past flashed before his eyes, one by one. It was like a long dream, making one linger and sigh, feeling ecstatic. Raimu stepped forward and worshipped the tomb devoutly. Not far away, a young man and woman were strolling over. The young man was handsome and tall, with a hint of elegance. His temperament was aloof and calm. The young girl beside him had a slim figure and a face like a flower. She looked at the young man with eyes full of unrepentant love. The young man looked at the young girl with eyes full of endless love. In their eyes, there was only each other. Seeing these two people, Jun Moxie's body shook, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. In these endless years, there were only a few times when Jun Moxie had such an expression. The young man and the young girl also noticed Jun Moxie and the others. Both sides looked at each other. They couldn't help but be captivated by each other's elegance. This handsome young man in front of them had an indescribable temperament all over his body, making people be attracted by his elegance with just one look. The few young girls around him were all peerless beauties in the heavenly earth. It was truly a mystery how he managed to find so many peerless beauties with skin of ice and bones of jade. Immediately, the young man and the young girl couldn't help but frown. Although this person looks good, he's a little too fickle. He actually has so many wives. You can't be like this in the future. The young girl hugged the young man's arm and said angrily, "If you do this, I will cry." The young man laughed and said, "Exine, do you still need to say this? With you, how can my heart hold anyone else?" The young girl burst into laughter, and her face blushed. She said angrily, "You're so talkative, annoying," but she was satisfied. The young man smiled dotingly. At this moment, there was nothing else in his eyes except this young girl. "I will use my whole life to give you happiness." Exine. The young girl stole a glance at June Moxie, but an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. It was as if this person in front of her was familiar, amiable, and reliable. But the strange thing was that she had never seen him before. Why did she have this feeling? What was even more strange was that she didn't despise him even though he had found so many wives. Instead, she looked very happy and gratified. What was going on? Just as her imagination was running wild, June Moxie smiled and took a step forward. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet such a match in Tianxiang today. You two have really brightened my eyes." The young man held the young girl's arm and protected her by his side. He calmly said, "May I ask who you are?" "A fated person." June Moxie smiled and said, "When I see the beauty of the world, I always feel an indescribable fondness. The man is a hero, and the woman is a beauty. Moreover, they will never abandon each other in life or death. Their deep affection is admirable." He smiled and said, "It's our first time meeting, and I don't have anything to give you. I only have 2 small jade pendants to show my sincerity. Please accept them." His voice was sincere, and his expression was sincere. The young man and the young girl wanted to decline, but they didn't know why, but a feeling arose in their hearts. It was as if accepting this person's gift was a natural thing to do, and there was nothing strange about it. If they didn't accept it, it would be wrong. The young man reached out to take it, and only felt the warmth in his hand. It was obviously a rare precious jade in the world. The 2 jade pendants, one with a coiling dragon and the other with a flying phoenix, were extremely exquisite. He casually handed the pendant to the young girl. The young girl took in her hand and played with it. The 2 of them found it strange that they didn't reject the gift. They didn't feel anything wrong with it, as if it belonged to them in the first place. When they took it from the young man's hands, they felt a sense of comfort in their hearts. "I'm Dongfang Wu Hui, a member of the Dongfang family in the capital. This is cough cough. This is my fiancée, June Xian." The young man, Dongfang Wu Hui, raised his eyebrows and said, "Thank you for your gift. If you are free, why don't we have a drink?" "Sure, that's what I was thinking." June Moxie agreed without hesitation. Then they found a restaurant and booked a big room. They sat together happily, and they were all inexplicably happy. When the young man signed up, Mei Shuiyan finally understood. The couple in front of her were the reincarnations of Jun Wu Hui and Dongfang Xian. No wonder June Moxie was so excited. This pair of lovers was finally reunited, and they were still deeply in love. Wasn't this the most beautiful thing in the world? Under the secret influence of June Moxie, the 2 of them would love each other for generations to come. They would stay together forever, to repay the unfinished love in their previous lives. Tragedy would be far away forever. Coming out of the restaurant, June Moxie waved his hands reluctantly and said goodbye to the 2. Dongfang Wu Hui and June Xian stood there, leaning against each other. Watching June Moxie and the others slowly disappear into the distance, a strong sense of reluctance rose in their hearts. It was as if their hearts were aching. They just met by chance, and they hit it off at first sight. Why did they have such a feeling? Both of them felt strange. "Wu Hui, did you notice? That man and 9 women, no matter which one of them, are unparalleled masters." June Xian looked at the empty street in a daze and murmured, "But why are they so respectful to us?" Dongfang Wu Hui shook his head blankly and said, "I don't know either. Thinking about it carefully, these 10 people were extremely good to them, especially to June Xian. The 9 women were even more considerate. They purposely picked nice things to say and even seemed to be very careful. But the 2 of them were not important people, so why did they treat them so well? The 9 women stuffed countless gifts into June Xian's hands during the meal. No matter which one it was, they were all rare treasures. There were also some heavenly treasures. Just a little bit of these things would cause a terrifying bloodbath on the continent. However, these 9 women seemed to be afraid that he wouldn't want them, so they stuffed all of them into his hands. They have absolutely no ill intentions towards us. June Xian said with certainty. Dongfang Wu Hui nodded. Because of this, I feel strange. He smiled freely and said, let's not think so much. We will meet again if we are fated. Let's pack up and go home. Those things must not be seen by others. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will bring us great trouble. June Xian nodded and said, of course. The 2 left the hotel and went home. But along the way, June Xian kept turning her head back, as if she wanted to take another look at that young man. The main reason was that the way that young man looked at her sometimes made her feel like hugging him in her arms and taking good care of him. Along the way, the 2 of them felt that the 2 jade pendants that they were wearing were constantly emitting a warm feeling, nourishing their bodies. June Moxie and the women walked for a long distance before turning invisible and following behind Dongfang Wu Hui and June Xian. He watched them safely enter the gate of a mansion. The plaque on the door was engraved with the words Dongfang family. Only then did he finally feel relieved and turn around. But everyone seemed to feel a sense of melancholy, as if there was a faint bitterness lingering in their hearts after walking for a long distance. A young couple walked towards them. They were handsome and elegant, not inferior to Dongfang Wu Hui and June Xian just now. Moreover, they were equally in love. June Moxie smiled. These 2 people were the 2 protagonists of the Tomb of Passion, Yiguhan and Murong Xiuxiu. Princess Raimu seemed to feel something and let out a soft cry. Yiguhan and Murong Xiuxiu were finally together. In this life, Yiguhan was called Hanya, and Murong Xiuxiu became Rongxiu after a long time. After saying goodbye to Hanya and Rongxiu, June Moxie took Raimu, who was reluctant to leave, and walked with Mei Shuiyin and the others with a smile. A voice came from the side of the road. Damn it! Do you believe that I will smash you to death with gold? You have no capital. Why are you showing off in front of me? What are you pretending to be? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young fatty shaking his fat body. He pointed at a richly dressed young master and scolded. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Let me tell you, your Uncle Tang may not have anything else, but he has plenty of gold and silver. Damn it, even if you have the whole Meng family, I can smash it all with gold. Who do you think you are to show off in front of me? This fatty was cursing vulgarly, but June Moxie smiled knowingly. A sense of familiarity rose. It seemed that the long-ago feelings rose again. In front of him, there was another brother who treated him with sincerity, drinking and chatting with him, and the 2 of them scolded together. Just as he was thinking about it, the fatty had already walked over while cursing. As he walked, he spat, damn it, he actually dares to gamble with just 100 taels of gold? Bet my ass, I can't afford to lose face like this. At a glance, his eyes lit up when he saw June Moxie. Wah, this brother. One look, and I can tell that you are a fat sheep. One look, and I can tell that you are a rich man. How about we go and play? Fatty walked out of the gambling house after a long time. He was wearing only a pair of underpants. The fat on his body was jiggling as he walked out of the gambling house in a very sorry state. He had even lost his clothes and shoes to June Moxie. In fact, Fatty would have even bet his underpants on the gambling table if he hadn't been afraid that it would be unsightly. He then shouted, my underpants are made of heavenly silk. They're worth 1,000 gold taels. As he walked, he hooted, hey, don't go. Let me go back and get the money, then we can play again. June Moxie ignored the girls who were laughing uncontrollably. He stealthily followed Fatty back to his home. It turned out to be the Tang residence. This Fatty's name was also very good, Tangua. However, this fellow disliked the name, so he changed it to Tangua it was the reincarnation of Fatty Tang. Just like that, Fatty swaggered through the streets, almost naked. His gait was as majestic as a dragon or a tiger. However, when he arrived at the door of his house, he was stunned. Just as he was about to sneak in, a beautiful young woman jumped out. "Fatty Tang, did you go gambling again? Huh? You've even cooked your clothes and pants. Are you going to bet me and lose before you're satisfied?" As she spoke, she started punching, kicking, and beating him up. Fatty covered his head and begged for mercy. His voice was miserable. June Moxie held back his laughter and showed himself. He placed all the money he had won in front of Fatty. Fatty was stunned. He blinked his small eyes, not knowing what to do. "If you dare gamble one more time, I'll come and confiscate your house as well." June Moxie threatened fiercely. "I won't dare, I won't dare." Fatty's fat face was dripping with sweat, and his eyes were filled with tears as he said pitifully. June Moxie laughed out loud. He patted Fatty and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. Take care." This pat had given him countless blessings and inexhaustible fortune. "Fatty, live well. No matter which life, you'll always be my brother." After bidding farewell to Fatty, June Moxie and the girl strolled around. The sky was getting dark, and there were very few people on the streets. Seeing that Raimu still looked a little melancholic, June Moxie let out a long sigh. He suddenly chanted in a low voice, "I don't know how to start. I don't know how to end. It said that being affectionate is more painful than being heartless. Why are you still affectionate? Is it because you're too careless? Are you muddle-headed? Love can't return to the beginning. Why are you still so stubborn? If the next life is a repeat of this life, it said that being affectionate is more painful than being heartless. If the next life is a repeat of this life, do you still not care? If the next life is a repeat of this life." The girls murmured this sentence. They couldn't help but become infatuated. Suddenly, they raised their heads and looked at June Moxie. "If the next life is a repeat of this life, do you still not care?" June Moxie was dumbfounded. What a good if the next life is a repeat of this life. A voice praised, "Not bad, not bad." June Moxie was shocked. He looked up and saw that a person had suddenly appeared about 100 feet in front of him. It was a young man. He was tall and dressed in a black robe. The sleeves of his robe fluttered in the night wind, full of endless charm. This young man had a handsome face, but for some reason, when people saw him, they immediately felt a wave of arrogance rushing towards them. It was as if in this world, there was no one in his eyes, looking down on everything. Arrogant, endless arrogance. Following that, this evil and arrogant young man's eyes landed on the faces of Mei Shuiyin and the rest. He clicked his tongue and praised. "So beautiful, so many great beauties. Ha ha ha, June Xie, so many beauties, I suddenly can't bear to let them all become widows." June Moxie smiled and said, "Same to you. I also can't bear to let those hundreds of wives of yours become widows." Nine Nether First Young Master, we finally meet. The black-robed young man opposite them was the Nine Nether First Young Master. Hearing this name, Mei Shuiyin and the rest felt as if they had heard a bolt from the blue. They instantly exclaimed in shock. This was a madman who looked down on all the ages, a madman who was publicly recognized as the craziest madman since ancient times. And now, he had actually appeared in front of them. The Nine Nether First Young Master laughed loudly. His arrogant laughter spread far and wide, deafening in the night. Curses could be heard from all around, probably for disturbing his sweet dreams. But the Nine Nether First Young Master ignored these curses as if he did not hear them. After laughing for a while, he said, "June Xie, how about a battle? I've always had a great wish." June Moxie looked at him indifferently, but the corners of his mouth suddenly revealed a devilish smile. "Back then in Blizzard Silver City, I swore that if I saw you one day, I would be letting myself down if I didn't beat you up until your head swelled into a pig's head." The Nine Nether First Young Master laughed wildly again. As he laughed, his black figure with his hands behind his back suddenly floated into the air, rising into the night sky. The moment he rose, the heaven and earth suddenly howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Angry clouds surged. His black robes scattered into dark clouds, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Let's see which one of us will become a pig's head. Come. June Moxie laughed wildly. The arrogance in his laughter was not any weaker than the 9 nether first young masters. As his white robes fluttered in the wind, he waved his sleeves. Mei Shuiyin and the rest disappeared at the same time, entering the pocket dimension. And June Moxie's fluttering white figure was already standing in the sky opposite the 9 nether first young master. Their gazes met, and their gazes were extremely sharp. When their gazes met, there was a sudden boom of thunder, scattering the clouds in the 9 heavens. A black figure and a white figure both rose continuously, and in the blink of an eye, they were already beyond the 9 heavens. Ha ha! Come, today, let's have a hearty battle. Come. Both of them laughed at the same time and attacked at the same time. The 9 nether first young master waved his right hand, and 14 words unparalleled swordsman, heaven and earth 9 nether first young master, suddenly appeared in the sky, transforming into 14 different types of energy. Like 14 mountains, they pressed down on June Moxie. June Moxie laughed loudly. Good move. His right hand waved lightly, and the 4 words evil monarch turned into the power of yin and yang, also meeting the attack head-on. At the same time, his left hand waved, and from the endless sky, another 4 words suddenly descended. These 4 words were even heavier, giving one a feeling that even if the entire universe was blocking in front of them, these 4 words would still be able to crush it. The 9 nether first young master raised his head and looked. Otherworldly, evil monarch. 4 words. The 9 nether first young master furrowed his brows and suddenly burst into laughter, rocking back and forth with joy. June Moxie also laughed heartily, laughing heartily. The two of them laughed at each other in the endless void, actually forgetting to continue fighting. Otherworldly evil monarch. Ha, what a good otherworldly evil monarch. The 9 nether first young master laughed loudly. That's right, you are the evil monarch, but from another world. Using the power of 2 worlds to fight with this young master. Huh? Isn't this bullying? June Moxie raised his eyebrows. You could do it too. You old fart. Who knows how many worlds' powers you have? Besides, as the 9 nether first young master of this generation, do you think you're afraid of being bullied? The 9 nether first young master laughed loudly again. Amidst the laughter, the 2 of them attacked at the same time. Come, fight. End of book. I originally wanted to write about the battle between the 2 of them and the ending, but it's really meaningless after thinking about it. No matter what, these 2 people can't be beaten to death. It's really boring to describe. It's better not to write and leave some space for imagination. Chapter 1257. Finally, it was finished. My heart was empty, and there was a kind of extreme melancholy that made me want to cry. Xie Jun started uploading on March 22nd last year. It has been 1 year and 4 months and 27 million words. On average, it is close to 10,000 words a day. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for accompanying me all the way through the ups and downs. Without you, there would be no Xie Jun's achievements. Bow and thank you. In my heart, you will always be the most lovely people. Haha, or, to a certain extent, brothers and sisters, you are my benefactors. My benefactors. Thank you. I had a great time writing the first half of Xie Jun's book. Very comfortable. Countless times I wrote myself to the point of laughing out loud, and countless times I wrote myself to the point of crying. All my feelings, all my moods were poured into it. As I wrote, I seemed to see a lawless youth, struggling step by step in a different world. He was arrogant, he was unruly, he was very frank, he was very cute, he had clear love and hate, and he did things his own way. I like June Moxie. There are many characters in this book that I want to write about, and there are also characters that I can't forget. Jun Wuhui, Dongfang Wenxin, Tang Yuan, Li Yuran, Jun Wui, Ikohan, Murong Xiu Xiu. So many, so reluctant. really reluctant. My heart is really tired. If I had maintained the mood of the first half of the book, I think I could have written this book better. It's a pity, and I'm sorry. I didn't do it. I laughed bitterly. I'm still too serious. Moreover, writing this book is too imaginative. I forgot that I am Feng Ling Tian. I am just a web writer. I'm not June Moxie. June Moxie can do things his own way, but I can't. So, in the next book, I will write very carefully, and more attentively. I hope that there won't be so many things that can be used against me. The tiredness and powerlessness in my heart made me very helpless. Well, let me explain one more point. I am just a web writer. It is hard to say that I am an author. I'm not an author. What I wrote was a small white text, and the next book will still be the same. I'm ashamed that I can't write a masterpiece. Sigh, I don't know what to say. His heart was in a mess. I have a habit of writing. Every day before I started writing, I would read through the previous chapters again. If there was something that I thought was not detailed enough or missing, I would fill in on that day. This was a bad habit. After all, it didn't have the same sense of continuity as before. Therefore, every time this happened, some of the brothers would feel very strange. There were also some who thought that it was just a filler to make up for the number of words. I'm sorry. I've affected everyone's enjoyment of reading, and I'll correct it in the future. I've invested too much of my feelings into this book, Evil Prince. After I finished writing, I needed to adjust my state of mind. Healing. It's like I've suddenly lost a spiritual support in my life. I think everyone can understand this feeling. There was no rush to start the next book. I'm afraid that the evil monarch's mood will carry over to the next book. That would be bad. It is expected that the new book will be available next month. Please allow me to take a month off. Thank you. Dear brothers and sisters, let's meet again next month. At that time, we will rule the world together and dance in the wind and clouds. Chapter 1258. Introduction. One man, one sword, dominating the 9 heavens. A good man should be able to support the heavens and the earth, disdainfully look down on the present and the past, his spirit like a rainbow. When I am angry, the heavens and the earth tremble. When I laugh, the whole world rejoices. When I am wild, the winds and clouds change color. I am proud, the supreme being of all ages. With one glance, the wind and thunder shake. With one angry, the sea turns cold. With one hand, the sky is broken. With one sword, the sky is danced. A good man should dance in the wind and clouds, dominate the world, be a monarch, dominating the 9 heavens. Chapter 1259. My novel world, Defying the 9 Heavens, has started to be serialized on mobile phones. I welcome friends who like to read on mobile phones to watch it. Thank you all for your company along the way. I hope that this time we can move forward side by side, conquer the world together, dance in the wind and clouds together, in the wind and rain along the way, world defying the 9 heavens. Thank you all. To be continued. If you like this work, please come Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1260. After several months, the new book, Firmament of Heavens, finally appeared on the Chidian website. This time, it took him a long time to prepare the new book, and he was also very serious about it. He had rewritten the manuscript over a dozen times. At the moment, the new book had over 300,000 words. My old brothers, please come and support me when you see it. Not to mention anything else, just read one chapter and you'll find it again. That feeling that belongs to us. The new book, Firmament of Heavens, book numbers 3362920. Please add it to my collection. And it is already very fat. Everyone, please support me. At home, I depend on my parents. When I go out, I depend on my friends. In the online literature circle, everything about Feng Ling is supported by everyone. Thank you all. I hope we can keep going together and create another glory for ourselves. Introduction of the new book, Laughing at all the heroes in the world. I am the monarch of the universe. The monarch of the Qingyun realm, Yi Xiao, fought against the three factions alone, fought against 10,000 enemies, killed in all directions, but he was outnumbered. When he woke up, he found that he was reborn in the mortal world and got the heavenly crystal essence, boundless space. In this life, he killed his way back to the Qingyun realm and became the monarch of the firmament. He roamed the world, did whatever he wanted, and laughed at all the heroes in the world. Thousands of rivers and mountains. I am the king. 8 desolation and 6 union. I am the only hero. Do you still remember the words? Who will dance with me in the wind and clouds? Who will conquer the world with me? Who will conquer the 9 heavens with me? Now, are you all willing to fight with me in the firmament of heavens? In this firmament of heavens, we will write a new legend. Brothers and sisters, Feng Ling is here waiting for you. Come on, let us start the war. The flawless chapters of The Evil Prince of a Different World will continue to be updated on the Qingdao novel website. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please add and recommend it to the website. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.